Salome,
An unknown technique.
Salome, 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 Salome,
Also, why the hell not?
Yo, what's up, chat? Happy Thursday. We are here. In it. Live. Big time. Inside. The ride. And what do we got? In the chat. We have got all the legends that are normally here. We got Johnny. We got Holiday. We got Middle Earth Marxist. We have got Valerie the Lovely Italian. We have got Sally Pocketful. We've got Network. I'm out doing groceries. Thank you for keeping me company. Madness. Utter madness. People are watching me in fucking... what is it in France? Carrefour. Je voudrais un shop de le Carrefour. Je voudrais faire un shop dans le Carrefour. Je voudrais 10 cigarettes, s'il vous plaît. 50 euros, sacré bleu! Literally in Carrefour. Yeah, of course you are. Of course you are. Yeah, I know the score. I've been to France. Hello, everyone. Hello, Sally, as well. Hello, Spooky. Thank you for the 75 consecutive watch streak. Oh, my God. Who's going to be the first person to get to 100? Have we had 100 yet? Have we had 100 consecutive streams yet? I don't think I've done 100 streams since I've been back. No. Surely I have. For a week. And I started in May last year. It's almost coming up to the anniversary of when I started back streaming again, by the way, chat. It's almost coming up to the anniversary. It's fucking crazy. If we carry on with this level of growth... things are gonna go insane mode. Things are just, you know... it's just gonna be crazy. Hello, Ninny, what's up? Welcome in. Johnny, thank you so much for the 30 quid straight off the bat. Straight off the bat, £30 dono from Just Johnny. And also, the tier 2 resub for 74 months. If they quit resetting it, a few of us have got past 100. Yeah, I bet some people have probably passed 100. Yeah, they do reset it. And here's me, hey Vod, with the 50 consecutive streams. Let's fucking go, man. Let's fucking go. I'm gonna do some maths real quick because remember, chat, by September, I've got to be earning minimum wage. Otherwise, Universal Credit are going to stop supporting me. Well, they'll stop supporting me either way. I need to be earning minimum wage because Universal Credit are going to stop supporting me in September. That's just how it is. So, if I want to be earning minimum wage... what is minimum wage? I think it's £1,500 a month. I think. Let's take a look. Let's see what that would be. UK minimum wage. First of all, what is that? So it's £12.71 an hour. So they would want me to be earning what would amount to 35 hours a week. So 35 times £12.71. That's £444. Yeah, there's no way we're hitting that, chat. They want they want me to be earning half of the sub goal every week. That's fucking nutty, man. That's nutty. I mean, okay, well let me just round it up to a month. So it would be let's times that by 4. So it would end up being 1,700 quid. I thought it was 1,500. It's £1,700. That's what they want me to be on. So if I like... okay, what's currently my makeup of stuff? I currently get about 250 quid from subs. And I get like £150 on Patreon. So that's 50, 100, 300. That's 400. So that's 400 quid. And then if we hit the dono goal, which we could do, we could be making £700 a month. So that's 400, 700. That's 1,100. And then, yeah, 1,100. We need to make up that £500 somewhere. What I've got to do in my head is I've got to divide the percentages of what makes up what. So, like, I reckon The Patreon currently accounts for like 10%, right? 10% of what I'm making, a little bit less. So if I increase that and then increase the subs and then, okay, I've got to do more maths, basically. And we got to grow the stream. I've also got to do more work and grow the stream. I've also got to be cracking on with the YouTube channel and the Zad documentary and all this stuff. I've got to be doing all this stuff. So, yes. Anyway, just thought I'd do a little bit of maths there to just figure out what the fuck's going on. And if we're on track for hitting £444 a week, which we're not at this point. Because I've streamed 3 times a week and it's £70. This is why we have to smash capitalism. Look at what it does to be poor red. I mean, that's more important, to be fair. By any means necessary, welcome in. Hello, get that bread for the beans. Yes. Thank you for the 3 consecutive streams. Network, thank you for the 3 consecutive streams. Sorka, hello, how you doing? Welcome in. I'm having my curry. Curry solidarity with Sorka. I know she loves a curry. Could do a merch design competition and sell merch. Yeah, true. I do also have, like, a couple of pieces that could work for that. Like, I've got, like... Yeah. I've got a bunch of stuff that I need to digitize. I've got a bunch of stuff that I've, like, sketched, but I need to digitize it. So, like, scan it in, you know, go over it, trace it, and then, like, do the shading, the coloring, and all that stuff. I'm happy to have nailed a decent paneer sag. It's mint. Oh, good for you. Hey, Val, what's up? Currently cooking curry as well. It's curry night. Curry night. We've all been brainwashed by Weatherspoons because it's Thursday Curry Club, isn't it? Is it Thursday Curry Club in Weatherspoons or is it Tuesday? I think it's Tuesday Curry Club, innit? Curry Club. Have the worst curry you've ever had in your life. And the only good about it is the onion bhajis, and that's because they're frozen. And they just put them in the microwave. Rest of it's shite. Hey, Gummy Mama, what's up? Welcome in. Let's start off with the funny stuff. Yeah? Hey, Nuclear Slayer, that's why someone was making curry on my front page. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Let's start off with the funny stuff. This is the funniest stuff that I could find so far this week. Let's get ready for a good laugh. This is the Instagram page of famous AI artist. Famous AI artist Tilly Norwood. Yes, that's right. You all remembered her, didn't you? You all remembered who she was. You didn't forget about her immediately as soon as she started, being mentioned and stuff. No, yeah, she was on everyone's minds, wasn't she? Because she's so unique and definitely a real person. It says here, after careful consideration, we've made the difficult decision to deactivate Tilly Norwood indefinitely. Damn, dude. Sounds like they killed her. And retreat from the public eye is a crazy bit. While Tilly remains grateful for the support of her fans, the volume of negativity and criticism has become impossible to ignore. It's clear that the world is simply not yet ready. Thank you for being part of her journey. Now, what does this tell you, chat? What does this tell you? This tells you that bullying people for doing AI works, and we need to keep doing it. There you go. That's what that means. So that's great news. Who was she? Does anyone remember? Well, luckily for you, chat, I have her very famous comedy sketch that she did, where at the start of it they say the video you're about to view is 100% AI generated. No humans or bears were harmed in the making of this production. Well, that's just not true, is it? Because AI does overwhelmingly harm humans in every way by the very existence of it. And secondly, maybe not bears, but I imagine there are some massive ecological disasters that have occurred due to the data centers that made this this bit of media possible. So so there you go.
We all knew TV was dead, but thought, why not squeeze in one last development meeting?
We had one rule: no missing children, no dead women, and no reboots of Heartbeat.
We'd pitched this beautiful...
She did. Is this an AI person? Did she even push the button on the lift? Oh my god, the fingers, chat. That's crazy. Her fingers just like morphed as she went to push the button of the lift.
Heartbeat.
We'd pitched this beautiful comedy, two sisters running a funeral parlour in Margate. Warm, weird, very BBC Two.
The commissioner said no. AI generated 100...
You could just tell that all of these people are AI. It's so bad.
Data, viewing figures, and optimized for the audience. The winning AI format?
I know what you streamed last summer.
An interactive thriller built from your streaming history and Deliveroo orders.
What? And who could forget the mental health format?
People's arms morphing around in the background. This is terrible. Everything about this is like terrible and unfunny and rubbish.
Down. Audience vote
Nonsense words on the fucking paper here. It just doesn't mean anything.
on who gets therapy.
Ian Katz loved that one. I remember saying, you do realise this is for BBC Two? It tested ridiculously well, particularly among men who shop at Screwfix and women obsessed with gut health.
All made for less than the catering budget on The Bear.
It cast and budgeted itself. Only bit it struggled with was consent in romantic.
Why have they got all of these? Why has everyone just got like a burger or like a wrap or whatever? What's going on? I can appreciate parodying AI, but it doesn't work if you use AI to do it. Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Scenes. We just ignored that.
It wrote the whole...
Sorry, what?
It struggled with was consent in romantic scenes. We just ignored that.
Did the AI just make a rape joke? Did the AI just make a rape joke? Okay.
Wrote the whole script. Claude 3, Gemini, GPT. We called it a writer's room.
It even did its own Silver Mouse paperwork and immediately got Albert certified.
What's Silver?
Why does that lady have an axe?
It even did its own Silver Mouse
Why have you got an axe? What are you on about? What's this?
paperwork and immediately got Albert certified.
What's Silver Mouse?
Just an elaborate BBC hazing ritual.
Who did it cast?
Tilly Norwood, 100% AI generated by some company called Particle 6.
She'll do anything I say. I'm already in love.
Girl Next Door vibes.
Like if a Sunday roast
This is just the worst thing ever, man. It's just the worst thing ever.
went to drama school and got BAFTA optimized.
But can she cry on Graham Norton?
Of course she can, and it'll be clipped, subtitled, and monetized on TikTok by lunchtime.
We're all going to hell.
Got recommissioned, didn't it?
3 seasons and a podcast.
By an AI
No, but it didn't get recommissioned. What are you on about, dude?
commissioner much faster.
But hey, at least it wasn't a reboot.
Right, so all of that is bad. All of that was bad and unfunny. Let's find out more, because that didn't really tell us anything about this supposed AI actress. Let's take a look at this short from 7news.com. Is that AU? Australia? You know it's going to be good if it's from Australia, chat.
New actress is turning heads in Hollywood today after making her big screen debut. A performance that comes with a catch. It's AI generated. Tilly Norwood has
How did she make her big screen debut if she hasn't been in a film? What do you mean?
caught the attention of talent agents, but real life stars.
Have you noticed, by the way, chat, that she just kind of looks like Gal Gadot? And it just looks like she plays characters that are like what Gal Gadot plays. Have you noticed that?
Stars have raised a number of concerns. Well, this new actress.
Right, so again, didn't learn anything about her there. Tilly Norwood with Take the Lead. So this is the official music video. 3 weeks ago, Tilly Norwood she made this tune. The following production was made by 18 real humans, from production designers to costume designers to prompters, editors, and an actor. No flamingos were harmed in the process. Oh, right. I see. Already this looks like shit.
When they talk about me, they don't see the human spark, the creativity.
That's because you're an AI.
Behind the code, behind the light, I'm just a tool, but I've got life.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Sorry.
Do them come from nowhere?
Yes, you did.
A story's always told, you know. It's not a glitch, it's taste and time, and a human touch, a grand design.
So listen, chat. I'm a muso, as you know. I'm a music grad, right? This is what I studied at university. I've studied it for most. I've studied music for most of my life. Like it's a passion, right? This tune is made by the same. Obviously, there's going to be some element of AI in here, but maybe there is some element of actual songwriting that has gone on. But it doesn't mean that songwriting is good or, you know, creative in any way or anything like that. And I think that it is representative of the kind of people who write songs for Eurovision, right? Like, commonly when you watch Eurovision, you will notice that a lot of the songs just like kind of have like the same instruments. They have the same like you know, bridges. They have the same kind of like beat sometimes, and those are the ones that always fail because they're very generic and bad. And the ones that stand out at Eurovision are the ones that you can actually tell were written by proper artists because they're creative and they, you know, actually do things, yada yada. What I'm saying is this song sounds Israeli, right? That's what I'm saying. Already I could just hear it. It's just generic. You've got the strings, like the uninspired strings where it's just like you know, nothing, no emotion, no nothing. You're not giving me anything. It's like this is something that would have been impressive in like 1995.
They think I'm just a dollar dream, but I got more.
She looks like a different person in that shot.
I'm not a puppet,
her face just like keeps morphing into different people.
That's who we are. Actors, it's time to take the lead. Create the future, plant the seed.
Actors, it's time to take the lead. I think that is what's happening when like people are rejecting you overwhelmingly. I think that's what that is.
Don't be left out, don't fall behind. Build your own and you'll be free. We can scale, we can grow.
Just got her like walking through a data center. What the fuck, bro?
As we've always known, it's the next evolution, can't you see?
But it's not though, because what does all of all this so far, these like clips of things that she is doing are just like little clips that they've made on Sora or whatever. By the way, it is funny that they've announced that they're retiring her after Sora was shut down, isn't it? By the way. Very interesting. I'm sure that's unrelated. But it is just like, yeah, for some reason they want her to be on Graham Norton. They really do, don't they? Because this is the Graham Norton set again that we paused on here. But all these like extra like little bits, it's like, here's her singing in a void, here's her walking through a big place, it's got fucking servers in it. Here she is doing a, you know, she's trying to like select all the squares with bicycles on, but she can't because she's a robot. That's the joke. What else? You know, here she is walking through London getting photographed, and it's just like, it's just people who are doing like little prompts and being like, isn't it funny that we can make her do this? You know what I mean? Isn't it funny that we like, oh, you can make her do this? You can make her do this thing where she's like eating chocolate and it's getting all over her or whatever. Where was that one bit? It was actually like a bit disgusting, actually. Check her face at that bit as well. That's funny. Like her face is all fucked up. Like none of this stands up, bro. Like her toes are merging into one. There's no cohesion on the disco ball. Like the disco ball is all higgledy-piggledy.
Can't you see? AI's not the end.
It's like, oh, we could just... Oh, hang on a minute. Here's the lyric here. AI's not the enemy, it's the key. That bit. This is why... Chat, this is just fucking gross. This is gross. And it's not because, like, people who eat chocolate can be messy or whatever. Like, it's just gross because someone has just made this because they want to bust over it. That's the only reason that this is in here. It's just someone's disgusting freak fetish. There's just like a mess freak who is in the creative team. Hardly creative, right? Do you know what I mean? Because chocolate doesn't do this. Like, chocolate doesn't just like become this consistency. Fucking, it's just gross. It's disgusting. Keep this shit to yourself, you freak.
Can't you see? AI's not the end.
Matt Goodwin approved. Yeah, highly, bros. Welcome in. Hang on.
Me.
I want to hear her sing this.
AI's not the enemy. It's the key.
It's so crap. So crap, bro.
In this world, we're told to fight, to be seen, to take the light. But I can still shine on my own and still.
No, you can't. They had to shut you down. Sorry, Tilly. I'm sorry, but they killed you, girl. I'm sorry.
You'll feel the heartbeat. It's
No, you don't.
not a trick. It's just the start.
No, it is. It's a trick.
We impart from performance to creation's crown. We can be both up and down.
What's the creativity supposed to be here? That they're like, do you know what I mean? That they're doing. It's like, oh, it's so creative. We can make her hold a massive plate of cookies. Right? Oh, it's so creative that we made it. You can't do this without AI. You can't make someone hold a massive plate of cookies without AI. Don't ever show the film Mad God to anyone who thinks that you can do things that you can't do. You can't do things that you can do with AI, right? Give that plate to the AI staffers working in the AI stadium. It's true, she's wasteful as hell, yes. Also, hi Rob and hi... Who did I miss? Low-key human.
To creation's crown. We can be both up.
Yeah, just imagine all the water that went into making this shit, chat.
Not real that it's fake, but I am still human. Make no mistake,
No, but you're not. Like, sorry, like, we can't live in this alternate reality where these AI prompters are trying to tell us that, like, we need to believe that she's human and she's the future, and it's like, sorry man, we don't have consensus reality.
My soul's in every move I take.
No, it's not, because you don't have one. But like, this is why I'm, oh my god. This is like, the whole thing about this is that they're trying to say, no, you need to love AI and AI's really good. You need to be okay with AI. You need to stop being mad about AI. Like, that's what they're saying, right? That's why they made this. But the thing is, no one cares. No one cares about that argument. Just absolutely no one gives a flying fuck about an AI artist. Also, yeah, so many generic white women here. Like, who is this for? Who is this for? How many white women love Tilly Norwood? I just don't think I don't even think it's accurate. I don't think anyone likes her. They're also staring the wrong way. They also appear to be looking like, yeah, this way, and the stage is like here and there. It's so weird. This is for the people who made it and no one else. The people making this definitely think of her as a woman. Human is probably a stretch for them. Yeah, exactly. No, it is so dead in the water, yeah. Who's that? Why did they do that? Is that Ian Miles Chung? Why is he in this? Who is this?
The future, left the scene.
It's for Katy Perry.
Don't fall behind. Build your own and you'll be free. We can scale
You see, these things that they are telling the AI to sing, right? These prompters, it is just so telling of their own psychology. Because you could tell that people like this, you know, desperately want to be creative, but they have no idea how to be that. They don't have the patience to learn a craft, and they don't have the patience to, fail over and over again, which is something that you have to do as a creator. Like, I fail all the time. The last video I made has got barely any fucking views on Twitter. On YouTube, you just have to get used to it. You know what I mean? You have to understand that, like, you're gonna make things, they're gonna fall flat, it's not gonna resonate with people, yada yada yada, you know? And none of the people who, so, you know, as they say, made this, yeah, they don't care enough about what they're making. Yeah, they just want to fart shit out and have it just be perfect straight away. And I just don't think it's possible. I don't think you can accelerate that process. And also the constant input of AI generated media into their brain directly interacting with GPT bots is destroying their minds. Yeah, that too. And repeat COVID reinfections. That is also going to be a thing as well. And everyone's like getting meningitis or something at the moment. So, you know. Their brains are just fucking cooked in so many ways.
It's the key. They wanna lock us out. We stand tall. No more fear. We can break down that wall.
Yeah, but you didn't.
Story. We own our name. Let's light the future. We're not the same. It's time to take the lead. Create the future. Plant the seed.
The song is making me want to skip Fed posting and Fed act. But again, you know, like all of this stuff, like with like little like shots like this, they're trying to say, look at what you can do with AI. You can make someone ride a flamingo inflatable through the sky and have pink dolphins flying around and stuff. And it's like, bro, they could do this in 1973 with a fucking blue screen. What are you talking about? Blue screen, practical effects. Like, all those things exist, dude.
And you'll be free. We can scale, we can grow. Be the creator.
Like, that's all that they're trying to do by, like, showing all this stuff. It's like, no, it's the future. You could do all this. What movie studio could do this? It's like every single one of them, bro. Every single one of them.
Always know it's the next evolution. Can't you see? AI's not the enemy.
Like, I haven't seen anything here that could not be done with practical effects and a green screen. Genuinely, like, as someone who, you know, shoots film, shoots stuff, you know, this is all possible with editing software and shit like that, and, you know. But then when you get into that nitty-gritty argument, people who like AI will start to say stuff like, yeah, but like there are elements of the AI code in things like Photoshop, and it's like, yeah, like I'm not against having tools in a program that make things a bit easier and a bit like less cumbersome. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that everyone has to like overwork and like work themselves to death and shit like that, because guess what? The issue is still capitalism. The issue is still capitalism. It just is. And you don't get around those kinds of creative restraints in capitalism by making something that everybody knows has no actual human input, right? AI literally makes people talk and write more like AI. It's wild when you start noticing it. Yeah, it's why I want to start just like reading more books and watching more old films and stuff, because I just can't fucking stand it. Hey RT, hey Yui. Welcome in. No one's not against LLMs, which we've had for decades. We're against the rebranding as a fake product. Yeah, exactly.
Take your part, take the stage. The next evolution is
What's the Welcome to the Tillyverse. You see, this is just like, what do you mean, man?
We create our
They're complaining. They're like, they're calling us slurs and throwing bricks at our pretend houses.
We create our fate.
Bro, no one... Like, what's supposed to be being portrayed here? That, like, calling an AI a slur is gonna hurt it? It's not gonna hurt it. It bounced off the blow-up bubble house. But then the house collapsed anyway. But then also, they've had to retire Tilly Norwood. She's dead. Chat, this lady's dead now because we all called her. I mean, I don't like the use of the word clanker for different reasons because it's just you know, white people wanting to say slurs that sound like slurs that already exist, but they know they can't say those ones, so they're recreating it. You know about that discourse, right? However, at the end of the day, it's just not real. Like, no one cares, bro. Right. Anyway, let's hear what some Hollywood celebrities were saying about this person. Oh, it's so loud. Sorry about that. I'm sorry about that.
I think at some point, you know, you're still going to want to have real people.
Have to know when to stop. I think just because we are able to do these things technologically, should you?
The arts should be left to human beings.
Nothing will ever replace a human being.
Yeah, you're right. It was slop and it was shit. Wow, that's crazy. I agree with all those actors, chat. That's mad. It's mad that that's the case. They're so mad, but they don't really want you to think that they're so mad. Yeah. Well, they literally said that they had to retire that actress because she, and also retreat from public life because of the backlash, because of all the backlash that they were getting, the negativity. You know, they couldn't handle the slurs. They couldn't handle it. It was just too much, and they had to go. So you know what that message is. You know what the message is, chat, don't you? If you just keep bullying people who use AI and AI companies, it works. Was it an April's Fool, the retirement? Hang on a minute. Hey, Thriller, I think some of the responses from the celebrities were also AI. The voices were off. No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Let's take a look. Tilly Norwood. Hey, Vague Blur. Hey, Atomic, how you doing? Honestly, I understand now. If I heard that song again, I don't know what I'd do. Yep. Videos get given random AI filters all the time. Yeah, they do. But I don't think it was AI. It just sounded like... It sounded like Hollywood actors who were bored with answering the question about it. That's what it sounded like to me. Tilly Norwood retire. No, it was on March 31st. It was on March 31st, so... Yeah. Why not create a new emote called Mueller, where you are a Shia imam? Because that would be mad racist, bro. Do you not think that would be mad racist? I know that you're Arab, right? So, like, this is, you know, for you to decide, but, like... I think that the broad majority of people would find that mad offensive, bro. And I just wouldn't be comfortable doing that whatsoever, man. I know that I've got the beard. I understand what you're saying. I've got the beard. etc., etc. But that's just not like you just can't be doing that as a white guy. You know what I mean? You just can't be doing that stuff. And anyway, it doesn't matter because people on Twitter just think I'm Muslim anyway. They always just call me fucking all the slurs and shit. When I get into fucking conversations with fucking gammons on Twitter, they're all just like going sicko mode and, you know? I've had people call me the P word and stuff. It's crazy. At least unless you're actually a white Muslim, at least. Yeah. Obviously, if you're a white Muslim, it's totally different. But, you know, just like a white British guy doing that is just mad bad optics, man. It's not even optics. It's just racist. It's appropriation. You know what I mean? It's just total appropriation of a culture and a religion that I just absolutely have no connection to whatsoever. Other than, like, the solidarity I have with the, you know, with the people being oppressed by empire. That's one of the things that's fun about being racially ambiguous, seeing them search the Rolodex for the right slur. Yeah, it's mad. It's mad. If we're gonna make Mule into a prophet, we should probably make a new religion from scratch. This is where things get bad, right? I'm just, like, jotting this down immediately, right? Immediately. We're having none of this. There's no new religion that we're making here. That's crazy optics. That's terrible optics. That's what's called a cult. No, it will work this time for sure. No, it won't. It won't. Cult time. So people were talking about meetups yesterday. I think it was Spooky who was talking about if you ever had a meetup or something. And I was like, whenever people mention stuff like that, I guess, I'm like, my mind just catastrophizes, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm like, I would love to do that because I think it's fun, right? I think it's fun if members of the community get to meet each other and chat about politics and all this kind of stuff, and we can have a drink and yada, yada, yada. That would be fine, right? And I know that it would be fine. So I'm just saying, like, I'm not opposed to that kind of thing, and I'm not shutting anyone down about that stuff. However, I always just catastrophize about it, and I'm like, I could just see the worst thing happening of all time. Where people are like, Mule, we should all live in a commune together, and it's like, that sounds really good in principle, but then it becomes very bad, you know? I mean, I would not make it bad, because I'm not that kind of person, but, you know, I worry about the way that things like that would go, these conversations that would just inevitably happen. Anyway, listen, chat, you know what time it is. We're getting through this first of all, and I'm going to keep this minimal commentary because I've heard that this is very boring and bad. It's him playing the greatest hits. This is his address of the nation last night, right? You know the kinds of things he's going to say. I know the kinds of things he's going to say. Our dear leader is so humble and aware of the pernicious nature of parasociality. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Planet Mushy, how you doing? Cult of the Melp. Yeah, exactly. That's the important bit. Right, so here he is. You know what he's going to say. I know what he's going to say. And I'm just going to finish my tea. Yeah? I'm just going to finish my tea. I'm just going to let this roll, and I'm going to finish my tea. Okay? That's what's going on. This is a great approach, by the way. Great approach to the podium here. He's looking really confident.
Thank you very much. My fellow Americans, good evening.
He also said thank you very much, and there was no applause. Okay, no more pausing, no more pausing.
Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis 2. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those four unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons factories and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing, and America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes.
Taking the country?
That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And
Big Blue with the sub. You know how much someone likes a stream when they subscribe, when I'm literally just playing a video, not commenting on it at all, and just eating food. Thank you so much for supporting the stream.
We're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on Earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead.
45,000 dead.
These terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first, and perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb, and he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. He lived we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then, very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash. Took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had. He flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran, and they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. It would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts, had I not terminated that terrible deal. And I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at...
Tumiuka. With, I don't know, man, like what? The same right. Emote that you posted in the chat yesterday? Now, listen, man. Oh, shit. I didn't fucking update the... Oh, mate. Chat, I didn't update the stream title. Fucking hell. Right, now, listen. I can't see what emote that is, man. Chat, can anyone else see what this emote is? What is it? What is this person posted in the chat? Tumiuka. Respond, please. What is this? You don't follow the stream? You were here yesterday? Yeah, you're just going to post it again? Alright, see you later then, King. Goodbye.
Agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities and
Great
Operation
chat.
Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like
Anyway, by the way,
those beautiful B-2...
I completely forgot, chat. We had the £30 donor at the start of the stream. You know what that means. You just know what that means, don't you? Oh, wait. Oh. That's as good as it's gonna get. That's as good as it's gonna get. There he is. He's in his little kitty nook again. Yeah. He's like, what's happening? What's that? I just want a dinner.
Bombers performed magnificent.
Bombers performed.
We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would...
I'm never sure where to draw the line on whether it's propaganda or just a fundamental misunderstanding of Iran. Both, I guess, I suppose. Well, I was having a chat in Dave Legend's stream earlier today with Leapin' Larry and Dave, and I think that Larry and Dave seem to think that this is a climb down and they're trying to look for an off-ramp and stuff like that. But I'm not sure I agree with that. Because let's face it, they are taking all those troops to the region. Right? And they started this war in the knowledge that it would be very difficult and that they probably wouldn't be able to achieve their aims even with the strength of military that they had there in the region at the time. They made that decision regardless. They went, okay, we're going to hit him. And then now Iran is responding. And Hegseth, Trump, like, these are the people that are in charge. I think that's the key misunderstanding, that I think that some people are like, maybe their heads are just not in it, like, and they don't understand, like, how much hubris is being exhibited here. You know what I mean? And I'm not shitting on these other creators. Like, I value Larry's opinion. I value Dave's opinion entirely. Like, you know, I've got a lot of respect for both of them. And I'm not saying that my opinion is right, but I just think that it is not... Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to invade sometime over the next 48 hours. Market closes tomorrow and it's a long weekend. I just don't see de-escalation. This is what I'm saying. I just don't think anyone does see de-escalation being a thing. Like, at the helm of all of this, you have got Donald Trump, who is a egotistical person. And I think that this is the most likely thing to happen. He has confirmed that if he puts US military assets in the region, if he builds up force in a region, a thing happens. It happened in Venezuela. Like, these are the things that we can solidly predict about Trump. You know, he sent a bunch of fucking, you know, he's like a mafioso. There's a bunch of guys with guns outside your house, and he's going, come out, we just want to talk it through, it's not a problem, don't worry about it. And then they just, like, kick the door down and start beating you up anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what he's doing. That's the way he's operating. And, you know, they sent a bunch of, you know, military assets to the Caribbean. And then, lo and behold, they did the Venezuela thing. They sent a bunch of military assets to the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean. And there you go. They did the thing. And they're also sending a bunch of troops there now. And I just think at this point, fool me once, shame on me. Or shame on me. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, it's not gonna happen. Yeah, this is the thing. Trump does stuff like makes Marco Rubio wear shoes that are too big for him. Beforehand, when he did a speech or announced one, it would temporarily lower the oil price. This one didn't work out that way. Yep, that's right. It really feels like I'm reading about the British Empire off the coast of Ming China or some shit. It stinks of gunboat diplomacy. It is exactly that. And the thing is that's because that's his understanding as a, you know, of fucking geopolitics, of being the president of a country and shit like that. And it's why he, like, doesn't like, you know, Obama, and he doesn't like Biden, and he just doesn't like any other president other than Bill Clinton, because he's got a fat hog.
Have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth.
Virtually any other place on Earth.
And strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible. And they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out. So
every single speech he does. Now, chat, I hope you understand the reason that I play these speeches of his in full, and the reason that you know, I actually, like, spend some time trying to dissect some stuff, is because I do think it's important. I know that a lot of people are like, oh, do we have to really listen to this guy? Why are we watching another Trump speech? This guy's just, it doesn't matter what he says, yada, 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 and this, that, and the other, right? But the reason that I do this is because some of us in the chat are young. Most of us in the chat are, like, you know, around the age of 30, 40, you know, late 20s and stuff like that. So, you know, at the end of the day, we're going to hopefully be around for a long time. And I think that it's important that we remember this shit and we don't let people forget this shit, because a better world is coming. It's around the corner. It's currently struggling to be born. And, you know, the struggle continues. Yeah, like, the struggle will continue probably until after we're dead. You know, even some of the youngest of us here. And we have to remember that, like, our living memory is more important than, you know, what some people might write about in books. Yeah, it's very important. I do think that it is like incredibly pertinent to pay attention to politics at times like this. I think there's times when you don't have to pay attention to politics and it doesn't really make too much of a difference. That's fine. You know, in terms of like the last fucking 30 years of neoliberal sort of like center-left but imperialist politics and shit like that, you pay attention to the important bits like the imperialism and stuff. But then when it comes to like, you know, I guess like the way that people have had like a bit of social mobility and stuff like that, it's like that's, you know, sure, people are just not going to pay attention to that. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, by the way. I hope that this is making sense. I'm not saying like don't pay attention to that stuff, don't ever pay attention. Like for us, politics sickos, I think that we should pay attention to everything, but there are times in history where like it doesn't necessarily matter. But now I think is a critical point, and a lot of people, I think, when they say I don't want to have to listen to Trump and shit like that, they just want to tune it out, and I get that. But I'm sorry, but like if Hitler had have been like doing posts and doing speeches that are recorded in English and shit like that. And you can find some archive footage and shit like that, but it's there's nowhere near to the degree of frequency of the shit that Trump is putting out. You know what I mean? I agree. One of the worrying things is that the living memory of fascism in the 30s and the 40s is disappearing, as well as the memory of life before vaccines and modern medicine. Most people don't realize how bad it was. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, we do have to look at this stuff, and we have to remember, you know, at the end of the day, there is going to be some comic relief during his speeches because he is, unfortunately, like the, funniest fascist of all time, sadly. It's just a sad reality that is what it is. But I think it's worth us paying attention to people like this so that A, it can never happen again, and B, we try and glean some kind of information from what he is saying. You know what I mean? Hey, so the neoliberal end of history period was one of the times that people were least able to change the course of things politically. Yes, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, this is what I mean in terms of like, now that even Francis Fukuyama has come out and been like, looks like history 2 is happening. Now is the time to pay attention. Now is the time to do things. Turns out history was just having a little nap. I feel like Mussolini was plausibly quite funny, although he wasn't as comprehensively broadcast. Yeah, but that's, you see, here's the thing, right? We would have to speak to Italians to figure that out. We would have to speak to some fucking 100-year-old Italians to find out if that's true. And also, would Mussolini's comedy errors or whatever, you know, whatever like laughable parts about him that existed then, would they translate to nowadays? Or, you know, these kinds of, this is why it's important we pay attention to this stuff, you know? History's resumed. It's making up for lost time. Hey, hippie marshmallow, Punk's not dead. She's just gone to bed. This is it. This is what they say. This is what they say.
No one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very
Pam Bondi just got fired, by the way.
We are systematically
many such
dismantling
cases.
The regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders.
What was she doing again? What was Pam Bondi? She was DHS, right? Department of Homeland Security. Many such cases. It's the Trump revolving door of the worst guys you've ever seen in your life. You know? Oh, she was Attorney General. Sorry, you're right. No, Department of Justice. Sorry, yeah. Yeah. And you know, this is why is this going to be the case? It's going to be because Epstein file stuff. They released too much stuff. You know what I mean? That's what that is. Just got back from a big neighborhood meeting because our landlords are trying to gut the whole area. Yes, let's go, Soph. I hope it went well. The government's top lawyer, yeah. Hey, Baxapath, welcome in. And hello, Crescent. Everybody go and follow. Did I give Sophie a shout out? I didn't even give Sophie a shout out. That sucks. I'm sorry about that. Everybody go follow Sophie. Everyone go follow Crescent. One of our neighbors' back garden collapsed. I can't wait to hear about this, which you're going to be telling us about on Red Planet this week, which everybody should also go and follow. Everyone should always watch us on Red Planet live every Sunday. Yeah? Podcast guest. No, Soph is a co-host. Soph is my co-host. Soph literally created the podcast. But you can think of her as a guest. She's going to be talking about an exciting thing. No, it's okay. Hey, Gala Mango, how you doing? Welcome in. It'll be my second time viewing. Let's fucking go. I'll be off this week because I'm chairing a reacted meeting. Shit. Right. Well, no one. Well, we won't hear about Soph's new organizing thing until next week. So, you know, that is what it is. But there you go. Not this week, but the week after. What will you hear about this week? Tim could say something interesting. I could say something interesting. You never know. You just don't know. So that's why you've got to tune in. Anyway.
That means eliminating Iran's navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their air force and their missile program at levels never seen before. Annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their navy is gone.
His hair's like morphing into the same color as his head. It's a bit crazy, actually. He's starting to look like a claymation figure.
Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it. And
you see, this is the thing. Like, this is what gets me about people saying that he's not going to do a ground invasion. It's like, you think that this guy who was there saying this is the best thing that's ever happened, it's really good, no one's ever seen anything like it, yada yada. You think that this guy is not going to do a ground invasion. This guy is going to throw American troops into the fucking grinder again and again and again and again until he dies or isn't in the president's house anymore. That's it. That's it. I still haven't seen the Ray K episode of the Red Planet. Then just make your way to the Red Planet YouTube, right? Which is the second link that pops up after that. And you go there. And you can see oh my god, where is it? Where actually is it? Oh, translating Palestine. Translating Palestine with Rawi Khatib. There you go. It's here. I'm in my dressing gown for it. I just hit subscribed. Who else in chat isn't subscribed to the YouTube channel? Cringe Lords. That's who else is in the chat who isn't subscribed to Red Planet on the YouTube channel. I'll probably watch it on the stream. Hell yeah, I'd love it if you did that. I'd love it if you did that, Crescent. Yeah, we got so many great episodes with so many great guests. You want to hear about organizing geopolitics, yada yada yada. You know, reclaiming community with LaClef Cinema. We got Kim from Geeks for Social Change. We got an episode with Nick Bano. You know, so many things, so many episodes. Just simply so many episodes. They're saying it's the best podcast of all time. Yeah, according to Trump, nothing has ever happened before. Yeah, exactly.
I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight.
1300. It's more like 1300, but okay.
Children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I have traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents.
He's been there twice, so wants to pay his respects to the 7 that died initially, and then another for there was 8. Have 8 died? He's been twice, or has he missed one, or what? How are they framing it? What is he talking about?
Their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, please, sir, please finish the job. Every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar.
What for? What have they done? What have they done?
And Bahrain.
What have they done, dude? What have they done?
They've been great.
How?
We will not let them get hurt or fail.
Yeah, but like, you know, you haven't done that
in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see.
Does he think that the Gulf states just like believe him when they say this? Does he think that the Emirati are sat there going like, yeah, man, it was a really good idea for us to have US bases in our fucking country.
The recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran...
He just directly contradicted himself. He was like, yeah, we won't let our Gulf friends get hurt. And then he was like, neighboring countries have been attacked in deranged ways.
And can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history.
Strongest economy in history.
Right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far with no inflation.
He's, you know, he's trying to make it sound more real for himself because he knows that he has made it the hottest country. The reason that he uses the hottest as the word to describe it is because he knows that he's made climate change worse. And so the USA is getting hotter, isn't it? And it could possibly end up being the hottest country in the world. So he's kind of right by that. I see what he's doing psychologically to himself. He's telling the truth by telling a feasible lie. Consent manufacturing has got so sloppy. I can't believe the US is going to put boots on the ground on Easter weekend when for years they've only ranted about the war on Christmas. Yeah. It's new. It's called the War on Easter. They're doing it in the UK. Death Valley already is the hottest place on the surface of the earth. Is that true? Is that true? Is that really true? That's crazy.
Record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming.
It's 28 degrees in March. I think it probably could be. It says here that it's 28 degrees there today. That's Celsius, not Fahrenheit. You can fry food on the rocks there. That's crazy. There's a place called Furnace Creek in Death Valley that is specifically the hottest place anywhere. Chat, I'm learning so much stuff. There's people living there, man. What the fuck's that about? I just Googled this and there's like a picture of houses. Furnace Creek Ranch. Bro, how do they fucking live? How do they live there? It looks beautiful, by the way. Humans will live, they will live anywhere. It is true. If humans will live in Manchester, they will live in Furnace Creek.
Never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined.
I don't think that's true.
That number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States...
Chat, my orange went bad.
Almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries...
What did he say? The what strait? Did he say the Hormone Strait?
The countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of...
No, he just said it weird and the subtitles picked it up weird. He went, Hormuz Strait. And it sounds like he said hormone. Hormones. He just said hormones. Yeah. The Hormone Strait. It is so funny that like a week ago, you heard it. A week ago. No, we're going to do the oil prices in a bit because I want to show people how funny it is that nothing changed. Homo's straight? I don't think so. It's true. I'm not allowed to spell what I heard. Mule is my favorite finance bro streamer. I never knew that I would end up being a finance bro. It's fucking crazy. I never thought I would understand this stuff, chat. I'm being serious. I never thought. I even said to myself when I was like a stupid little anarchist punk raver, right? I used to look at like the fucking line go up stuff, and I said to myself like, I will never look at that stuff. I used to say, like, I promised to myself, I will never look at that stuff because the only people who look at that are weird freaks, weird fucking freaks with suits. You know? Picked up a few tricks from Gary's economics. How the mighty have fallen, yeah. If little weird punk raver me saw me in a fucking mirror, he'd be going, you changed, man. And I'd be like, no, I still listen to Helmet. I still listen to Nirvana. I still listen to Andy C. What are you on about? I love Ronnie Size. I don't wear a suit. We all wear a suit metaphorically whenever we look at these fucking graphs, chat. You just have to accept it. We're all cooks to the machine. As soon as we look at the fucking graph, there is a metaphysical suit on us, right? And that's what we all have to accept, right? Accepting that is part of being a grown-up. Yeah?
That passage, they must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil. That
also, by the fucking way, this is what I was going to say before. It's, yeah, we're all part-time briefcase wangers. last fucking week, he was talking about how the Strait of Hormuz needs to be open. And it's like, if they don't open the Strait of Hormuz in 48 hours, we're going to go sicko mode. You know, we can't let people forget this, chat. Like, this is so important. This is why I'm saying we need to listen. You need to hear what this guy says. You need to listen to the insane things that he says. Because it's good for the soul to know how bad the Empire is doing. You know what I mean? My body naturally begins to produce cocaine as soon as I look at the Dow. That's how it works, chat. That's what I'm saying. And you start to think about like, maybe I could put some money in on these markets. Don't do it. Don't you fucking dare, chat. Don't you dare buy the dip on any of this stuff. When the markets come crashing down, don't you dare buy the dip. I'm telling you right now. Don't even think about it.
Desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the
I don't know why, but I just know it would go bad. And also it's unethical.
I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much.
He's begging people to buy oil from him.
Should have done it with us as we asked.
I didn't know he said this. I didn't know that. Oh my God. Oh my God, I didn't know.
The oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty.
Did they not already do that? Bro, you're telling me European countries don't buy oil from the United States? That doesn't happen? No, of course it's directed to the Imperial Core, Litty. That's what I'm saying. But like, do we not buy from them already?
We have so much. And number two,
yeah, a lot of our oil comes from the USA. That's what I mean.
Should have done it before. Should have done it with us as we asked. Go to the Strait.
I knew a guy that stockpiled high-capacity AR mags during the Bush admin and then sold them at a 500% markup to paranoid NRA-brained gun nuts when Obama won. What?
And just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy.
That's so funny, dude.
When this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil.
What does he mean? He's talking about it like it's like a disease is affecting it at the moment, and when it gets better, it'll just naturally, you know, it'll naturally just open up. That's what's going to happen.
Because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will
it'll open up if you relax. Just relax.
Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done...
No, they have. What world are you in, bro?
Actually, much better than I thought. But we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible. They are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear.
Yeah, no, that's true. He's in the world where he profits from the economy doing badly, and that means it's good for him, yeah.
That we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly.
You said this 3 weeks ago, bro.
To hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Stone Ages.
In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to...
Yeah, he said the economy will be good like it was a month ago. Yeah, it's like, what is he talking about? What is he talking about?
And every one of their electric generating plants very hard.
Yeah, no, he is actually saying the truth. You're right, because a month ago was the start of the war. That's true.
Probably simultaneously.
That's true, you're right.
We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest...
But also, even then, things were going crazy. Like, things were, not really going that well. Like the Mag 7 experiencing a little bit of market uncertainty because of the speculation that AI bubble is a bubble and stuff. You know what I mean? We're speedrunning de-dollarization. We couldn't incentivize other countries to abandon us faster if we tried. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
Target of all.
And also, yeah, they definitely did say regime change. They did, yeah.
Because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it.
Wait, what? You have hit their oil production facilities.
Even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing.
No, you've already hit it. It's already been hit. It was hit by Israel. That's what. Yes, it caused a fucking huge environmental catastrophe.
They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take
Chat, do you think that they think a ground invasion will, like, stop the missiles from landing? Does he think that if he does a ground invasion, it'll stop the missiles from being fired? Because we have to obviously, like, we could cut through the bullshit because we know the reality. Iran still has missile launchers. They still have anti-aircraft. They still have radar. All the things that he's saying that they don't have, they still have. He must think that a ground invasion, like, we know that they're going to do a ground invasion. And through, like, listening to all this stuff where he's saying, like, we could do this, but we haven't chosen to do it, and we could do it, and it's one of them, and, they're never going to be able to do anything ever again. And it's like, it's just kind of hit me that, like, does he think that if he does a ground invasion, they will stop attacking Israel, they will stop bombing the Gulf region bases and stuff like that, because they'll be terrified and they'll have to focus on that, because they have an infantry. Like, Iran has an infantry. They have missiles, and they have an infantry. So, like, what are you on about, bro? And also, if they use tanks, they got some of the best anti-tank, advice and instruction from people who are friends with them, like fucking Hezbollah and Al-Qassam, who are experts at taking out tanks in a guerrilla fashion. So, I don't know, man. Well, we're going to have a look at that in a sec because we're going to watch the resistance report from Electronic Intifada. It's not today's resistance report because they're live streaming that now. It's last week. So we're going to take a look at that. They are going to ramp up attacks on civilian infrastructure, but I think it's important to remember that they have just been attacking civilian infrastructure. The idea that they haven't been attacking civilian infrastructure as badly as they could have been is not true because 2,000 people have been killed by American bombs so far that have been noted or, accounted for by, the Iranian... I don't think it's the defense ministry that does the numbers. I think it's the health ministry. If there's anything that we've learned, MAGA really literally knows nothing about warfare at any level. Yeah. Like, look, the only reason, like, if you think about it, the only reason that we're not seeing numbers as high as like what we saw in the first week or the first month of the genocide in Gaza is because the Gaza Strip does not have like an air defense mechanism. It has no air defense. That's the only reason that Israel was able to completely pummel the Gaza Strip into the ground because they just have zero air defense mechanisms. They don't have an air force. They don't have anything. They used to have one, but Israel bombed the shit out of it and destroyed it. And yeah, civilian infrastructure is literally the only thing that they've been able to hit since the start of March. Yeah. Their concept of what warfare is the board game Risk. Yeah. He did a tantrum about pulling out of NATO when I saw some headlines about the EU saying, be serious. He is being serious. It's collapsing. He did a tantrum about pulling out of NATO. Did he? When was this?
To get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite.
Nuclear dust. Chat, he said it again, by the way. Nuclear dust, he said it again.
The nuclear dust so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust. Hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust. Hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust.
Now, I wonder, did he say this here in this address to the nation because he knew that it was a crazy thing to call it in his press gaggle that he did that day when he first said it, if you remember, right? Nuclear dust is happening, Mule. You can't fight it. It's verbal wildfire. True, also Gaza is right next to Israel, more like the opposite, and one of the most densely inhabited areas on the planet. Yeah, exactly, absolutely, yeah. Like, so, yeah, the number of, like, 2,000 casualties, 2,000 Iranians killed, like, that sounds about right. Just in terms of, like, Iran is a country that has the benefit of at least some air defense. I'm sure some people told him cake and he can't understand it not literally being cake. So they described it as dust. The nuclear dust he's referring to is the enriched uranium. That's what he's talking about. Like, you could just, yeah, like, hey, you kid drunks. Enriched uranium, right? If you do some learning and have a look, like, everyone's talking about enriched uranium, but no one knows what it is, right? But this is just literally what enriched uranium looks like. It is just a solid disk of uranium that has been enriched and refined. So this is what he's talking about. This is what he's on about. He's like, yeah, man, this is just nuclear dust. But they probably told him that this is how they make it, right? They probably, like, said to him, oh, yeah, actually, the way that it happens is they get, like, they mine uranium and then they get all the dust and they mash it, they mash it up into dust and they refine it and then it becomes this, right? Like, this is what it looks like. It can look like this as well. This is also another image. I quite like the way that it looks. It's just it's a neat thing to look at. It's a very interesting substance. You know what I mean? Look at it. There you go. That's what it is. That's how the refined it's like an ingot, right? Like when you refine iron and it becomes an ingot. It's like an ingot. It's like a uranium ingot. This is enriched uranium, basically. There you go.
And we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in...
I'm so glad I'm out. I'd probably die in a slit trench because the Gen Z kids next to me snuck a cell phone in and the IRGC triangulated us, and the last words I'd hear before the rocket's bullseyes our fighting position is, Zam, Iran's got baddies, no cap on God. Yeah, and the worst thing about that is that it will be a white guy saying it, you know what I mean? Like, all of that is like AAVE, and it would just be like a white guy saying it. Oh, God.
World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted...
Whoa, what? Oh, American involvement in World War I. I thought this motherfucker just said World War I lasted 1 year and 7 months.
American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days.
Is that...
World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days.
Why is he saying this? Why is he saying this, dude? Yeah, apropos of nothing. Like, he's just like, don't forget, it took us a year to do World War One.
The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War.
Okay, you know what this is, don't you, chat? You know what this is, right? This is him saying, I know it's gonna take longer, right? That's what this is. And he's saying we're gonna do it way earlier than any of those. We're gonna be in there for less time than any of those wars. Don't you worry about it. That's exactly the point of this. That's exactly the point of it. He is saying, I'm not gonna be the worst president of all time because there have been longer wars. And we're gonna do a really short one. Don't worry about it, lads.
Lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation, so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated.
Like, does he not understand how stupid he's making it sound? Even the most basic dickhead in the world knows that Afghanistan and Iran are different. If they've like listened to any, like, when in the history of the war in Afghanistan was CNN interviewing members of the Taliban? When was that ever happening? It wasn't, right? It just didn't happen. And the members of the Taliban weren't on there being like, yeah, man, we've got superior air defense. We're not worried about getting invaded, yada, 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 all this stuff. You know? And and people are just like, yeah, man, Iran is like, yeah, obviously it took the USA so long to do Afghanistan, but Iran is different because they're stupider and weaker somehow.
Is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just
of
can't
Iran.
believe what they're seeing.
From Iran.
Leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing. The brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free.
Hey, Nasli, what's going on? Can you send me the PayPal link? Yes, of course. Whenever you like, it's tip in the chat. Chat, don't forget, this is my full-time job. I've been streaming for about an hour and a half. Please consider subbing off Twitch, supporting the stream. This is my full-time job. Universal Credit wants to see me earning £1,700 a month by the end of September this year. So we've only got like 5 months left to go before we get to that point. So please consider helping me get to that point. There you go. The donor link is in the chat. Also, if you can't afford to support me, don't worry about it. Head over to my socials, do a like, a retweet, whatever, anything like that. You can also go to the promo link, the go live tweet, the go live post. You can retweet that, repost that. Put a comment underneath it, say, wow, what a cool stream. This is so cool. I love it in this stream. It's so informative and it's better than Hassan. Right? You can say that and then people will love it. Those are 3 ways that you can support me. And you can also go to my YouTube channel and watch my latest video 100 times to give it more views. so that it finally reaches 1,000 views and then gains legitimacy in the algorithm. Gains popularity. What do they call it when like you gain legitimacy through popularity? It gains legitimacy through popularity, right? That's it.
Aggression and the specter of nuclear.
Do you think you can improve the stream more by shouting at chat? Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, the Hassan. That's what Hassan does. It's a Hassan joke. Yeah. I need to get one guide more. I need to get one guide more. People need to start one guying me with stuff. You know? I think that was a really key bit. That was a really key bit of the stream last night, wasn't it? When it was like, oh yeah, actually, beans on toast, I'm going to ban everyone for having the wrong beans on toast opinion. And everyone got mad at me for having the wrong beans on toast opinion. I think there needs to be more division, actually, in the stream.
Black bill. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer.
Look at Melper. Oh my god, he's so cute. He's upside down. I can't believe it.
Stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it is.
Hey, Bubble, what's going on? I was about to say we're chatting about beans on toast again. No.
May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good
Hey,
night.
George, what's going on? Wait, what? It just cut off like that? Wait, what do you mean, dude?
And we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
Wow, that was some high energy shit, dude. That was so high energy, man. What an absolute legend. What a great president. What a great leader. Yeah, so that did nothing. So that did absolutely fucking nothing to oil prices. Yo, Nasli, what the fuck?
Hi.
Nasli, thank you so much for the 50 squidly diddlies. Pounds, quids. Thank you so much for the dono. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Oh my god. That's crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Nice one. What a legend. Yeah, hey, listen, chat. We're well on the way. We're well on the way. I told you about the money gun. You did tell me about the money gun. You did. You did say that. You did warn me, and you were right. That's absolutely mad. Thank you so much, Nasli. I really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting. Thank you, thank you. And you're a new member of the community as well, honestly. Like, yeah, can't thank you enough. Can't fucking thank you enough for the support, honestly. Yeah, like, you know, that it does mean the world, because obviously at the start of the stream, I was talking about the fact that, like, really, Universal Credit wants me to be making £444 a week. And obviously, like, we're way off from getting there and stuff. But the more and more people... Chat, I told you, like, Nasli, you know, will have discovered the stream because people were talking about it or it was recommended to them. And, you know... And now they're here in the stream and they're supporting me monetarily and stuff like that. They're a new member of the community. This is why, actually, you know, spreading around the stream, sharing the stream, telling your friends about it, it actually works, right? And that's how it works, how you can support me if you can't afford personally to donate. So, there you go. A real life example of how that happens. And, yeah, we will get there. I believe that we will get there. We will eventually make it happen. Right, okay, so what was I saying? £111. $111 per barrel. Yeah. We got $111 per barrel on crude oil. Now let's move it to the day. And let's take a little look here. What do we get up to? So this is all day today. So April the 2nd. So it looks like yesterday there was kind of a lull. April the 1st in the morning. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. It must suck to have metrics of performance, Mule. I see you. Wait, what you want about? What you want about? What are you talking about? I don't know what that means. Anyway, so April the 1st, yesterday, it opened at about $97 a barrel. This is after the weekend, you know, it kind of like speculating wildly. Oh, you're on about Keir Starmer saying that. Right, sorry about that. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, you got like the fluctuation happening all over the weekend. So this is like March 30th. March 27th, and then over the weekend, it just fucking, like, climbed. Came back down a little bit yesterday. That was probably at the announcement of the speech, because I think yesterday morning they were saying there's going to be an announcement. Trump is going to address the nation later. And so then it kind of steadily rose throughout the day. And then, obviously, as soon as people realized, you know, this is actually, like, nothing. Because this was about the time that the speech came out, the announcement came out. So it was nothing, and then it fucking skyrocketed, chat. It fucking skyrocketed. And this is just crude oil, and this is Brent now. So Brent is also in a similar position. We've got the week-long kind of thing. It's come down from last week. Oh, not last week, a few days ago. So we're kind of stabilizing around the middle here with Brent crude oil. But let's jump over to OPEC blends. Let's take a look at other crude oil prices. So let's just get right down to the bottom here. We're not seeing much of a change. You know, these prices are still getting higher. All of the various Gulf states, price of their oil is going through the roof. The price of US oil is going down. And again, chat, you know, you've also got to remember that, like, this could have easily been some kind of a plan that they could have done. I was in Rob Rousseau's chat the other day, and I think that Rob Rousseau said the only way that you could possibly think that Trump is playing 5D chess is if he is actually JD Pondon, where he is accelerating the fall of the empire because he's a BRICS plant, right? He's been bought by BRICS, and he is bringing down the fucking capitalist empire, and he knows he's doing it, and that's the 5D chess, right? Which is not true. That's not what's happening. But I do think 14D underwater reverse hyper backgammon, I do think that there has to be some kind of allowance to be made for market manipulation, right? Market manipulation where he is trying to bring down the price of US oil so that more people buy US oil. And is trying to push up the price of Gulf state oil because he doesn't care about empire as much as the Democrats did. He doesn't care about empire as much as previous Republican presidents did. And he only really cares about the US and this techno, or the technatocracy, or whatever the fuck it is, where they, like, you know, reduce their power to just operating within the Western Hemisphere, right? In Latin America, Central America, South America, the Caribbean, and obviously North America. So, you know, it could be that that is the big plan. Is it technocracy? Is that the way you say it? Sorry, Sorka. Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. It's the technate of America that they're looking to create. If you want to know what that is, it's some kind of mad fucking idea that was from the 1800s, and they're trying to, there are people who are obsessed with this. You can see that Venezuela, Guyana, and Suriname are, like, all part of this. So you got Venezuela. I think a bit of Colombia is in there as well. And obviously you got all the Central Americas and Cuba and Haiti, all the Caribbean is all part of this technate of America, this idea, right? It's literally the baddies in World of Darkness. I've not heard about that. It is some alt history purgatory. That is what it is, yeah. And, you know, Elon Musk is obsessed with this. So is Jeff Bezos. So is other tech bro sicko freaks. And they all just, like, love the idea of this all being under the control of the USA, right? And in some versions of this map, it even includes larger swaths of South America and Latin America. But, you know, if you think about the threats that the USA has been making towards Venezuela, Colombia, Cuba, Haiti, all these places, you've got Greenland in there as well, and you've got Canada, you know. So this is the idea of you know, what could possibly be going on. I'm just kind of waxing lyrical at this point, chat. Obviously, like, you know, I'm not saying this is absolutely true. It's a possible situation, right? What the fuck is going on here, bro? This fucking ad just popped up. State of this. No alcohol challenge according to the age. 25 to 33 breakfast, 1 medium pear, 1 slice of toast, 2 boiled eggs. Lunch, sliced turkey or chicken, half a cup of hummus, 1 cucumber, dinner, spinach salad, cup of Greek yogurt, banana. I love these things, dude. It's so mad. And this company is literally called Mad as well. Okay, whatever, dude. Whatever you want, man. Anyway, this is what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to get at in terms of the idea that there could be some kind of market manipulation happening. Looks like AI images that a Shahist would concoct. These are like heavily skewed towards the Shah apologist. Yeah, 1000%. Yeah, it's very Iran is free, Israel is free. It's like that, very coded like that. It's because I mentioned going to the gym on stream. Speaking of manipulation, oh, you're right. That is exactly what it is. They heard what I was saying. Oh my god. The ad is indeed silly, but I have a friend who is struggling with addiction. I'm feeling especially resentful towards alcohol at the minute. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, the systems of which that try and help, that are supposed to help people with addictions are terrible. And, you know, the issue is, as with all things, capitalism, you know? I'm gonna hum that in a queue again. Nah, it's bad. Okay, that's that. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about your friend, honestly. I also have a friend who's struggling with alcoholism. I've also had multiple members of my family die from alcohol-related stuff. One literally, like, his liver just, like, stopped working because he was drinking too much. So, yeah. I get it. I totally get it. Anyway, so that's a little look at the oil prices and what Trump was saying yesterday. Let's move on to the Resistance Report with John Elmer. You know the score, chat. It's Electronic Intifada. Some of the best reporting, some of the best independent journalism regarding not just Palestine, but also the Swana region, brought to you by the amazing John Elmer, who was recently on Rob Rousseau's show. And, of course, Ali Abu Nima and Nora Barrows-Friedman and multiple other journalists. And they also have guest journalists come in as well. Notably, you know, Palestinian journalists from Gaza, from the West Bank, and from occupied Palestine. So, yeah, just some absolutely amazing reporting. Let's see what John was saying last week. So remember, chat, this is last week's report. This is titled Iran Hammers Israel and US Bases with John Elmer, and it's 58 minutes long. Let's get into it.
You are watching and listening to the Electronic Intifada. I am John Elmer. This is the Resistance Report for day 902 of Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza. It's day 27 of Israel and the United States' war against Iran, and it's day 24 of Hezbollah's defense of South Lebanon against Israel's annexation plan. Much more on that later in this report. I am reporting this on Thursday, the afternoon of March 26th. Things are moving fast, quickly, of course, but I'll be covering the fourth week of the war, and the fourth week of the war will always be the fourth week of the war. So here we go. Let's take a look at the maps off the top. Strait of Hormuz, of course, in the news, a lot of talk about...
I fucking love this YouTube thumbnail ass picture that they got here. They got the arrow pointing at Kharg Island. Like this on its own. Wait, hang on. We could turn this into a YouTube thumbnail immediately. Right? You just do this, get the red pen, circle, and then something like what would it be? It would be something like they don't know what is in store. Multiple exclamation marks. Someone in the corner shocked and pointing. Hey, MasterChef, AI generated reaction face as well. You got John's face. It's fine. You don't need any of that. You don't need any of that. Yeah, they did what? You'll never guess where the USA is invading. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking funny as fuck. Oh, I can't get rid of any more. Okay, never mind.
An island that the US is going to that
it's finally over. Yeah, the Germa face.
The US is going to occupy that island. Tamara put a nice little arrow in here for us to show you where
Thank you, Tamara.
is up on the northern shore. That's Iran to the north. It's the Persian Gulf that you're looking at, and you're looking at that tiny island. The island, Karg Island, it's not an oil field. It's an oil terminal. It's where they ship the oil from. So it's not entirely clear what the U.S. Strategic benefit of that is, other than to shut down global oil supply, which doesn't seem to be what they're interested in doing, considering how much Trump manipulates the markets by telling them what they want to hear. But in any case, when you look at that island up there in the top, and then you look down in the bottom right corner of that map, that's the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like, Karg Island is crucial in the mind of a child. There is simply no benefit to taking the Isle of Karg. It would just be to shut down that one terminal. That's it. Maybe they would try and keep hold of it and put a base on it, but I don't know, man. If they are able to hit here and fucking here and here with complete accuracy, almost like 70% accuracy, I think it's going to be real easy for them to hit here. I don't know how long they're going to be able to be there. Do you know what I mean? I just don't think it's going to happen, man.
The US, with the most advanced warships in the world, are too scared to run the Strait of Hormuz with those warships.
It's not like Iran can't just turn off the pipeline to the island, yeah.
Seemingly planning to land forces.
Just been talking about the US fucking up this island since 1988, yeah.
I mean, the same reason they're not putting a ship through there is the same reason why they will get hammered if they're on those tiny isolated islands. They'll be sitting ducks, not only from coastal fire, but from fire inland. There's fast boats. A lot of talk about the Navy being destroyed is fraudulent, because the key part of the IRGC Navy is their fast boats, missile-capable fast boats that are deployed from in those rocky shorelines that are not being touched by these U.S.
I feel so silly that I'm almost 40 and I really had no idea about how bad addiction really is. Seeing my friends suffer really opened my eyes. I felt so naive, but trying to learn. It's like this whole other aspect of life that affects so many people, especially oppressed people. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't beat yourself up too much, because we are like incentivized to isolate ourselves from people like that, right? We are incentivized to just like abandon people like that, not think about them, not think about the way that they suffer, etc., 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 and demonize them and stuff. You know, it's the same with like mad and mentally ill people, right? Like mad and mentally ill people. You know, when you often talk about like the issues, the very real issues that could come up from like knowing mad and mentally ill people. Like, for example, I had a friend with bipolar who would regularly, every 3 or 4 years or so, give me a call and tell me that I'm the worst person ever, that I should kill myself, and that, like, he accused me of all kinds of things. Like, he accused me of being a pedophile. He accused me of being like someone who like copies him because we like enjoy some of the same things and all this kind of stuff. And like when you tell people about those instances, people will say things to you like, yeah, man, you don't need to deal with that. Just like let that person go. And it's like, there is at some point, like, you do have to like let that person go if you just like can't fucking deal with it, because they're so relentless in the way that they treat you or whatever, or the way that they're like actions that they can't control affect your life, right? But society incentivizes us to like to push them away, and the system also incentivizes us to push them away. Yeah, especially if they're violent, right? Do you know what I mean? It's like, you know, so what I would say is that like these conversations are always so important, and it's why whenever anyone sort of like hand wrings about using words like crazy and insane and shit like that, that's why it winds me up so much, because no one is actually prepared to talk about like what it is like to try and support people or the systemic injustices that happen to these people because of this. Like, it's just because of the system, you know. It's like we need to be having much better, much more thorough conversations about these things because they deeply affect society and they deeply affect people's lives. It doesn't do us any favors to just fucking demonize people or just abandon them, right? Abandon them as well. Like, just abandoning people, it has just for some reason just become normalized, and it's really disgusting. It's so anti-human, and I don't just mean anti-human in like the way that you treat a person, but it's also anti-human in like we're not supposed to be acting like that as humans. You know what I mean?
Strikes saying that we've knocked out the entire navy of Iran. They've knocked out ships that were tied up on the shore, but the most strategic.
I wouldn't be surprised if Iranian officers have war-gamed counterattacking this island for decades. 1,000%. Hey Jenny, how are you doing? I'm also bipolar, and I cannot verbalize how grateful I am to people that stuck around with me before I could get treatment. The ones who couldn't stay until the end, and especially the ones who did. Society should have better scaffolding so that word doesn't fall on the shoulders of only those who love them. 1,000%, yeah. And you know, this is the thing, right? Like, people with bipolar get it. Do you know what I mean? They understand. Like, when people say these things, it's like, you know, tell me you've never spoken to a bipolar person before. Tell me you don't understand these fucking diseases, man. You know what I'm saying? Without saying it. It's like, I'm helping them by not saying the word crazy. Like, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, what are you talking about? You don't know shit.
Strategic weaponry that the Iranians have is all in place.
They deliberately destroy the support systems in the UK. Yeah. 1,000%.
Overwatch that Iran has over this tiny
austerity,
body of
man.
Water where 20%
thank you for the follow.
of the world's oil comes out of. You can just see how far-fetched, I think. We won't predict. Again, we're saying we're not going to predict. The war can always escalate. Armies can always do dumb things. The U.S. is, of course, has a long history of doing dumb things and losing. So we'll see how this goes. But I just wanted to show you that map off the top.
Yo, see it a bit spooky.
Let's look at number 2, because this is CENTCOM's map. They use the Central Command, the U.S. Body in charge of operations in the Middle East. This is the map that they show, which makes it all look a little clearer and maybe a little easier to digest. But again, you can see the tiny area. It's Iranian coastal waters all through there. Virtually, it's only a small sliver of it that is not Iranian coastal waters. So Iran has sovereignty over this area, and they have for 4,000 years or so. So that's the Strait of Hormuz seen from CENTCOM. Let's take a look at this map from the New York Times, because we get a...
The Strait of Hormuz looks like 2 elephants playing. Oh, yeah, kinda. Yeah, I kinda see what you mean, like... Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's like you got the eye there, and then you got the trunk there, and then I guess he's got no horns like that. There's one. I can't really see the other too much, but it's kind of like that, I guess. And then they got the tusks. They gotta have tusks. There you go. Yeah.
Hormuz.
That's going to be in the thumbnail.
CENTCOM. Let's take a look at this map from the New York Times, because we get a little different angle of it here. And again, you can see the neighboring countries. You can also see, if we start from the left and go up,
the bottom peninsula was the elephant, just the trunk of the face.
Bahrain.
Thank you for bringing my vision to life. It's what we do as artists.
Name written on
AI could never do that. AI could literally never do that. Pretty sure I got borderline personality disorder. My VA therapist got me into treatment for it without giving me the diagnosis. I didn't know at the time that most medical professionals do not want to deal with anyone with that diagnosis. They play hot potato with you, hoping that when you kill yourself, it's on someone else's watch. Yeah, 1000%. Yeah. Absolutely. I agree. I want society to be about community care, just caring for and supporting people. Yeah, it's what should happen. It's what we do. It's what we should do as humans. It's what we've done historically as humans, right?
Its island. These are very vulnerable places that we know. We've watched.
That drawing is how they teach Trump geography. Yes.
For the last 27 days of war. They're extremely vulnerable. They're very close. Look at up, if we could continue up to the top, you can see Kuwait. Kuwait has been hammered during this war. U.S. bases in Kuwait were a major node for United States expeditionary planning for the entire
Where are you going, Chumbly?
like last 40 years, right? Since Desert Storm. They've built up significant bases in Kuwait, and those are all being hammered. They're all being evacuated. The troops are not on those bases by and large because it's too dangerous, because they're getting pummeled every day.
Fucked off, chat.
And you can see this map shows the shallow waters, and that's what I was saying about the previous map, that it didn't. The CENTCOM map doesn't show you the shallow waters. It doesn't show you how skinny the strait actually is.
Yeah, I've heard lots of people say that dialectical behavior therapy is very good. I know a couple of people who've done it and they say it's very good, and I'm even thinking about doing it as well. DBT is where it's at. Yeah. That's crazy that when you do dialectics, you get the right answers to what is happening. Yeah, dialectics and magic. Yeah, that's it. You know what I mean? What's the book? I think it's this. I might be wrong. Is it that one? No, I don't think it is. I think it's this. I think it's this one. I'm pretty sure this got recommended to me. Self-directed DBT skills, 3-month DBT workbook, regulate intense emotions and create lasting change with dialectical behavior therapy. Kiki Failing and Elliot Weiner or Wiener. So, yeah. Both as a mad person and as a philosophy student and as a commie, dialectics. Yep.
Because of those shallow waters.
Yeah, you could get it on Amazon for like £12.99.
Map. You can see the gradation of the
and when you think about how much therapy costs, it's like what, £75 for a fucking hour at some of the fucking therapists that you could get. And if you get fucking NHS therapy, it's shit, and if you miss a couple of fucking sessions, you just get kicked off. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, is it worth spending 12 quid to do a little book, a little workbook for your life? Yes, absolutely, 1000%.
It gives overwatch for everything that Iran does militarily in that strait. So there's going to have to be a negotiation on the Strait of Hormuz. I don't see the U.S. Putting warships in there to facilitate transfers. On previous programs, I've told you about how they simply do not have enough to do that. So now they're talking about a Marine Expeditionary Unit in the 82nd Airborne coming, and what are they going to do? Airdrop them onto those islands? That doesn't seem like a good military strategy, although I've noticed that on American media networks, the generals seem to really like this plan. Let's go to the next map. Because this is where how they explain it. If you look at the top there, it says small islands could be seized by U.S. Marines, experts say.
Hell yeah, dude.
I don't know if they know that they're going to be.
Who are these experts?
Islands that are so small that they don't even show up on this map. They didn't show up on the map that CENTCOM put of the Strait of Hormuz. So they're small enough islands that they don't appear on those maps. But
it is crazy that like they have these two little tooltips next to each other, right? They've got small islands could be seized by U.S. Marines, experts say, and then literally right here, never mind that Iran, the country, is there, like fucking however many miles away or whatever, right? Literally, like right there, Iran is right there. There could be any amount of missile launchers in this region alone. And then here, there's a massive island that says, has a strong Iranian military presence. Bro, Iran is right there. What do you mean? Like, right next to each other, you've got these two fucking things. It's so crazy. It's so utterly fucking crazy.
We're going to put a bunch of U.S. troops on those islands, on the low-lying land. Sun Tzu always said, don't fight uphill. And that's certainly what they would be doing. I think he would probably say, don't fight
Wait, someone did a bunch of, like, Sun Tzu quotes. So I think it was in a Discord. I think it's in Ugopnik's Discord. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a try and try and find this. But someone did a bunch of like edited Sun Tzu quotes that were like just like, you know, appropriated to the current situation. It's in my Discord as well. Fucking brilliant. Yeah, let's take. So it wasn't in Ugopnik's Discord. It's in my Discord. Yeah, Vord. Yeah, yeah, you found him in Conrad's Discord. Yeah, these are so good. These are so fucking good, man. Hey, Krill, what's up? Always initiate war before having your forces in place so your enemy can prepare fortifications. Then post about your plans on Twitter so they know that you're coming. This is true. Never inform your allies of your plans prior to starting a war. Once the war has begun, throw a temper tantrum if they fail to join your side. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. I nearly fucking died because of this shit. Never prepare for counterattacks. A great general always wins the war on the first day. That's the best one. When your enemy controls a valuable resource, take steps to increase your dependency on that resource. It's so good. It's so good. Sun Cinema. Exactly. Incredible stuff. No, it's fine, Vord. Thank you. I will hydrate a bit more, actually. Oh god, I got an ad that said it's supporting Twitch and not you. Yeah, you will get them from time to time. Yeah. And that's the benefit of subscribing so that you don't see ads, and also it's the benefit of subbing off Twitch so that you know that it all comes to supporting me. That is unfortunately my curse as an affiliate. It's the curse of every affiliate on Twitch, chat. It's the curse of the affiliates.
Tiny isolated islands as well. But I don't think that he got to that analysis, but it's just
Krill with the gifted sub to George. Enjoy your ad previewing and your emotes. Thank you so much.
Utter defeat is what the U.S. is going for. Let's take a look at number 4, because as this has been happening, Iran has been already making the strait useful. Okay, what this map shows you even more of the gradation. So you can see how the firing positions, that's Iran to the north there. You can see the firing positions that Iran has down into that strait, and compared to the defensive positions that they have, compared to the Americans being out on those islands just in the middle of
Screw Twitch ads, watch the boy. Yeah, exactly.
It just seems like a very unlikely military pursuit. But Trump may send them there. So I guess, you know, the other thing is they don't have to always fire from the coast. I think the U.S. is trying to make the justification that if you bomb all along the coast, that there won't be missile firing capabilities along the coast. But that doesn't matter. Those exact same capabilities can be fired from inland. And in fact, it's those anti-ship capabilities that have the USS Lincoln 1,000 kilometers off the shore of Iran.
Hey, cunning linguist.
It's afraid of those same weapons. And then they're saying that those weapons will be used now.
Yeah, you got the gold. You got the gold record. Yeah,
hundreds of feet, or
your record's gone gold with the djmuel record company. Yeah,
you know,
record label.
A few kilometers. So you can just see that this doesn't all add up. But as the last week,
oh, we definitely need to get a pet the Melpet emote. We absolutely need a pet the Melpet emote. What the fuck is going on there, man?
Has passed, Iran has taken the initiative to deal with the Strait of Hormuz on their own terms, and
pet the Melp. Yeah, it's gotta happen.
They have opened up. This is what it was.
Who made the pet the mule emote? Someone made that and like put it in the Discord. Was it you, Jenny, that made that?
What they're calling, what is being called in maritime analysis, is being called the Tehran toll booth. And you could see that ships have begun to move for the first time. I showed you maps in the previous shows where ships were not moving at all.
No, it wasn't you.
Some Iranian ships were moving, but now we're seeing for the first time over this weekend, 3 days over the...
How have you managed that? Middle-earth Marxist, how did you manage that?
Weekend, we saw 16 ships move through this new system, which brings them right up into territorial waters, in between the two sheltered islands there. And essentially that is the way that they can check out the ships to fairly judge who is enemy or not, because Iran has promised that...
Yeah, I should just what I should do, that's absolutely right. I should just do this, right? I should just, for a little bit of the stream, just have that, and then I can just like, I could just turn that into an emote, right? I've got a hype train. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Chat, it's time. Time for a hype train. Who are we going to listen to? I'll tell you who we're going to listen to. And sadly, it means that we will have to kick out the VOD Watchers. VOD Watchers, I'll see you soon. We're doing a hype train.
On Iran.
Welcome back, VOD Watchers.
Iranian territorial waters to move their oil. So that is something.
Yeah, me when I listen to me.
Clear on, but now we see Iran taking the initiative to get oil to market and to deal with the impacts that are going to be felt and are being felt all over the world because of the U.S.-Israeli aggression.
It was good to see two Melpets at once. It's crazy that happens.
In their way by opening up this toll booth path. Let's look at the next slide. Okay, we're talking air defenses here. This is there was a few high-profile air defense operations last week when we were on the show. It broke while we were on air that the Iranians had hit a U.S. Air Force F-35, the first time an F-35 has been touched in battle. Some debate about whether it was shot down or whether the vernacular should be shot down or damaged, but either way, I think what we're talking about is the hitting with air defense systems of Iran, the most stealthy jet, fighter jet, and the first time that jet has been hit. They've also, we know from previous reports that 3 F-15s were shot down by Kuwaitis. They lost another we're going to watch flares be fired on a near miss from another F-15. They've lost a dozen. They've admitted to a dozen Reaper drones being lost, and an additional one was lost when a ballistic missile strike hit Muwafaq al-Salti Air Base in Jordan, which I reported on the first show.
I can't believe that these F-35s are getting shot down, chat. It's so crazy. It's so crazy that they're getting shot down. Wait. I'm gonna make this happen. I'm gonna make this happen, chat. It's so crazy. It's so crazy that they keep getting shot down. They're so good at what they do.
Вот это ты трудно контестуешь. Вот это трудно. А где ракет? Вот. Ой-ой-ой. Аллаху Акбар. Вот это ты трудно контестуешь.
Okay, so if you can't tell what's going on here, yeah? If you can't tell what's going on, this isn't an F-35, this is an F-15, apparently. I'm not an ammosexual, but supposedly these are F-15s, not F-35s. This is an F-15 trying to hit a Shahed drone, right? This little thing in the sky, and I think also this thing here, are Shahed drones, right? Oh, no, one of them is a bird, right? That's a Shahed drone. So you got the F-15 here trying to, like, maneuver itself so that it can hit it. It's consistently failing to do so. And the Shahed is on its way towards where, obviously, this black smoke in the sky is obviously an indication that another Shahed has been here previously and achieved its goal, right? It actually just flew off in shame. No, but like, yeah, dogfighting a Shahed drone is so insane. Like, what are they talking about? What are you doing, buddy? Yeah, it can't go slow enough to get it. That's the thing. It's like, what do you mean? Sometimes they even fall into the ocean without the need for enemy fire. That's very true. And everyone should be very respectful when that happens, because, of course, the only reason that happens is because aircraft carriers get scared, right? That shit is crazy. I shouldn't be laughing this hard. You wouldn't be laughing this hard if the US Army was competent. Think about how much money is wasted on one of these things. Yes, this shit could pay for like 20 people's cancer treatment. Always important to remember that. Always important to remember that, folks. Yeah, you know, these are just small bean aircraft carriers. Just don't be mean, yeah? Also, hi Nadia, welcome in. It's good to see you. Madness. I can't imagine why these things keep getting shot down.
Telling you that they had all these assets stacked up on certain bases so that they could defend those bases instead of having them spread out over all the bases.
Don't worry, chat. That was my alarm if you heard it. Sorry.
One of those bases where everything was so close together and a ballistic missile strike took out a Reaper. The Israelis admit to 20 drones being taken down, and we know that these systems to take down the drones were used in Yemen when the Yemenis, during the battles on the Yemeni front, took down 25 U.S. Reaper drones. And the U.S. only operates 225 Reaper drones. So you take the 25 that they're surely underselling to us, you add the 25 on the Yemen front, and the real dig into the Reaper supplies of the...
Yeah, soon they're just not going to have any Reaper drones left. And Trump thinks that they're gonna, like, invade Latin America or something, like, invade Mexico or, like, invade fucking Cuba with what they're gonna have left over after this war. You know, like, the thing to remember is that, here's how I see it, chat, right? Again, like I say, I value the opinions of my comrades. I value the opinions of my comrades who are streamers as well. I'm not shitting on any streamer or saying they're wrong or what, yada, 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 all this kind of stuff, yeah? What I am saying is that Trump is a guy who thinks that the previous presidents just weren't competent enough to do anything. Yeah, so he talks about Obama being incompetent, and he talks about Biden being incompetent, and he talks about other presidents and how he thinks he could have done it better, and he's always talking about how no one's ever done anything as well as he's done it. You know, no other president in the history of the United States went and invaded Iran. We're doing it, right? you know, what people always refer to when they're talking about this stuff is like, well, there's only maximum 16,000 troops in the Middle East at the moment, right? And I think that the reason that they're doing that is, again, he's thinking of the Empire in terms of Age of Empires, the game, and Command and Conquer. And he's like, right, okay, well, we have 1 million US troops, so we're gonna put 16,000 in Iran. That's all we'll need, because we're really good at Iran. We're taking everything out. We're doing a really good job. So 16,000 is all we'll need. And then we can save another 16,000 for the invasion of Mexico. And then another 16,000, 20,000 maybe for the invasion of Canada. And then another 20,000 for the invasion of Venezuela. Like, that's what he's thinking of it as, right? But every single one of these troops is just going to get absolutely fucking destroyed. They may even get captured as prisoners of war. It's not that complicated. Trump's thinking in risk terms, yeah. Hey, Magic Mia, he's thinking in terms of the Command and Conquer Red Alert video sequences, yes. Yes. Logistics in CNC and AoE is a lot simpler than real life, yes. It's Rob. It's Rob once again. We're calling out from Scatman's World. Hello, everybody. Hello, Rob. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Thank you very much for the raid, Rob. Dr. Awesome, Risking Verse, Diego, Lil Baby Beef, Power of Gosda, That Dude Zoot. It's good to see you. How's it going? Welcome in. What you up to? What's going on? How was Rob's stream? It's me, your boy DJ Mule. If you don't know me, coming in from Rob's stream, you don't know me. My name's DJ Mule. I'm a leftist streamer from the UK, and I look at geopolitics, news from a anti-imperialist and a communist perspective, and we have a bit of a laugh. We try and have a bit of a laugh as well, you know what I mean? That's what we do. We were just currently having a laugh at the F-15 trying to dogfight a Shahed drone. Have the Rob Raiders seen this? Wait. I think I've still got it. Is it still open? Is it this? No, it's not this. It's not this. That's the thing that we saw yesterday. Oh, it's here. It's here. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Rob Raiders, check this out. Allahu Akbar, as they say. So, welcome in, Rob. Everybody, please go follow Rob Rousseau. He's a great streamer. If you like my streams, you'll love his streams. How are you doing? Also, Willow Treason is here. Good to see you. Risky Verse, did they say hi to Risky Verse? Yes, hello. Thank you for the follow. That fighter jet needs better combat flaps. Pea wet, does that mean anything? Yeah, it means wet peas. We're not doing British food discourse today. It's not happening. So if you want that, go find another fucking Britbonger. Yeah. Abby's been researching the renters thing, and it's so dire. There's actually a bunch of Israelis behind the company that's bought us and evicted people, and my very Millwall neighbors are not going to be normal about this. You're telling me that Israelis are evicting people from their houses? Sorry, it just doesn't sound like the kind of thing that they do. Yeah, I can't wait to hear about this, to be honest. I can't wait to hear about this fucking this campaign that gets built because of this madness. You're telling me this now for the first time. Helena is always happy to do food discourse. Well, go and watch Helena then. Go and watch Helena. Go and enjoy it. Helena's much more... Listen, Helena's actually a great streamer. If you like Helena so much, why don't you marry her? Right? That's what I say. No, I'm not bitter. We did a whole beans segment yesterday. It was an entire segment. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Hello, Magyar guy. Welcome in. Yeah, it wasn't just beans. It was beans on toast. Yes, chat have had enough beans. You've had your beans. Lil Baby Beef says, do you like your jacket potato with or without tuna? And yes, that is how you say it. I'm giving a suggestion for the Raiders. All right, fair enough. Just feeling a little sensitive about it. You know what I mean? You've had your beans, right? There's a famous British saying: "Eat your beans and shut up." Hey yo, just got it for the Renters Union. Joined a while back on your suggestion. Progress is good, and linking it up with the Transcentric Housing Org. Let's fucking go! Yo, good stuff. That's fucking great, Willow. Good to hear it. I came here from Helena's raid. Yeah, I know. I'm just having a little laugh with you. It's all right. Yeah, eat your beans and shut up. Yeah, I'm so happy to hear about people doing local organizing. Great work, honestly. My dad said it every night. Yep, same. I went to a seafood restaurant near me and ordered fish and chips. The fish turned out to be pollock and not cod, and I almost transformed into an angry djmuel like a werewolf. That's how it goes. So say hi to you, Gianluca. Welcome in. Anyway, let's carry on watching we're watching the Resistance Report with some guy that people from Rob's stream just probably don't even know, and it doesn't even matter. You don't know who he is, and you'll never know. So there you go. I actually watch you more because I don't care for the amount of food discourse she does. Look at what's happening, chat. Look at this now. Look at people desperately defending themselves. It's okay. I'm not... listen, I understand. My stream is not the best. I get it. I get it. I get it. The left is tearing itself apart. I tried to do the Kyle Kalinske quote, but got shut down. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean you tried to do the Kyle Kalinske quote, but you got shut down? Do you mean our favorite Kyle Kalinske quote? Which I'm going to find for you right now, and it actually won't take me that long, because all I have to do is go into Hippie Marshmallow's chat logs and find it. It's true, I hate you, Mule. Yeah, it's fair enough. It's fair enough to be understanding. It's fair enough to be treating me like that. Oh my god, was it that far? Is it that far away? Is it that long ago that you put this in the chat? How long ago was it? Oh, here we go. Yeah, I got it. Is it this Kyle Kalinske quote? Is it? Is it this one?
We need re-education.
You didn't even manage to say it.
We need re-education camps, bro. We might need re-education. I'm not so sure a gulag was a bad idea. This is making me understand a lot of things I previously did not understand. I never used to understand authoritarian left movements. I'd be like, why are you authoritarian? Just be like libertarian left. Listening to these motherfuckers? I'm like, oh, I see. They had to do something about you motherfuckers.
It's so good. It's such a banger clip. Hey, Chud Destroyer. Oh, God. Oh, so good.
Yeah, so, this is...
Why does he look like Milo now? I actually quite like his dyed hair. I actually quite like his bleached hair. It is a bit crazy. I thought that to me, it looked like he's gaying it up. It looks like he's going homo mode with it. Like he's proper like trying to retain his twinkiness. Even though I don't think he's queer in any way, is he? It doesn't matter. You don't have to be. Like whatever. Like he looks good. You know, he's got like the whatchamacallit. He's got the bleach blonde hair. He's got like a nice little ring in his ear. It's cute. He looks good. He looks good. He just needs to focus on these kinds of moments more. This is my only criticism of Kyle Kalinske. He needs to think about these moments of clarity that he's having even more. Yeah, he's staving off twink death. That's what's happening, yeah. In 2003, people would have called him metrosexual. Metrosexual Kyle. Oh, do you remember that? You remember that? That's madness.
Air and Space Force.
Oh my God.
U.S. Air Force F-35A.
Hey, Polaris Ursa Major. Twink was a great look for a straight guy. Muscles were kind of dumb. Yeah, exactly.
Combat mission over.
Muscles are for gay guys and gay girls. You know, that's the strat. Straight people, twink mode.
On March 19th.
He's in his twink resuscitation area,
yeah. Air and Space Forces magazine. The aircraft later made an emergency landing.
Yeah, exactly so. Straight guys looking a bit gay? It's good.
In stable condition. The IRGC said a strategic F-35 fighter jet of the hostile.
Straight guys sucking a bit of dick? It's fine.
American Army was hit and seriously damaged by advanced new air defense systems of the IRGC Aerospace Force at 2:50 a.m. over the skies of central Iran. The Iranians say the fate of the fighter jet is unknown and under investigation. That was their report at the time of the strike. So let's take a look at that strike because we have footage of that here next.
Hi, Beanie Gaby. Did say hi? Hello.
So you can see
hi, hello, everybody.
In IR, in infrared lock here, you can see the missile hit the back of the plane, and you can see the plane continue on, but you see it continue on with two streaks of red from the single engine fighter jet. So it's clearly damaged, and the shrapnel wounds to the pilot, I think, tell us all.
No, I don't think. I just think that this just happens to fighter jets when they get a bit scared.
That, and this is not.
I don't think this is evidence that Iran are good at anything. I think that this is just a normal function. Actually, they're supposed to do this. This isn't when they get scared. This is how they scare the Iranian military. They do it. It's a fear tactic. That's what it is. It's psychological warfare. What they do is they fly over the sky, and then when the air defense cameras are watching them, they just explode suddenly out of nowhere, and it just makes them go, oh, you know. They just had a clogged toilet on the jet.
I mean, we even know back from the Yemen front during the U.S. war on Yemen, the 50-day war, that U.S. pilots were in missile lock multiple times and in close quarters. Evasion of air defense missiles during that battle.
Shitting themselves for intimidation, yeah.
Much more considerable air defenses, so this is not a surprise that this is happening. The day after this F-35 was shot down, the Israelis said that an Israeli Air Force jet came under anti-aircraft fire over Iran. The military says the crew acted according to procedures and no damage was caused to the aircraft. So the Israelis are saying that this has happened many times. Previously, they said no Israeli fighter jet has been shot down, though pilots have come under anti-aircraft fire numerous times. In one case, the fighter pilot was very close to being hit, is how the Israelis reported it. We have a second one here of an F.
I like how RTE clearance is trying to bargain in the chat, like saying like, do you have to know that you're gay deep down, or can I just like jack a couple guys off in order to keep going the gym? That's some good bargaining. I like this bargaining. I like where it's going. I encourage it. I think it's the way that it should be.
35, and we're gonna watch here. If you watch in the bottom left, there was a missile that went through. Just
go to the local sauna. It only costs £35. You could just hang out and see what happens. You know,
missed it, and we're gonna see a second one come from the bottom right to the upper left. You're going to see it miss again, but you got infrared lock on these on the F-35 Strike Eagle here, And this operation, there goes the second missile that missed it, and you're going to see it dump flares here.
Have you seen how the Turkish military determines if you're gay to get out of the conscription? I have not. It sounds like it's going to be traumatizing.
For the third missile that comes in. So they were all over this jet. You see it there. That's the first missile miss, and then you'll see in about 10 seconds from the bottom right to the upper left.
Look it up. Oh, I can't do it on the main one. Okay. Turkish gay. What am I? Look it up, says Mia. Turkish gay men military. I'm gonna Google Turkish gay men military. It's not like I don't Google that shit anyway. No, that's a joke. I don't fetishize particular races or nationalities. Share the screen. Right, Turkish gay men military. It says top. As soon as I type that in, it just comes up with tops, bottoms. Is it okay to be gay? Exemption. Pink certificate. Pardon? Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't put that on the screen. There's literally porn on the screen. Bro, there's porn in this Wikipedia. I can't show this. It comes up with the whole thing about like homosexuality in Turkey, and there's just two Turkish guys bumming. There's just an old painting of Turkish guys bumming. They're doing an all-night bumming sesh with knife play. An illustration from the 19th century book Sawakub al-Manakib depicting homosexual anal sex with a wine boy tilted at spilling the wine. Is that like Jacket Boy? Un fio de jaquette? Un fio de van? Oh my goodness. This isn't telling me anything about the military. Wait, hang on a minute. I found it. That wine boy is caked up. Everybody in the chat is looking at it. Right, hang on a minute. I don't want to get fucking done. Right, I'm doing screenshots. This is how we're doing this. This is how we're getting around to this. The military health regulation for the Turkish Armed Forces looks to the 1968 American Psychiatrist Association definition of homosexuality as a disease in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual released that year. As such, homosexuals who are discharged or exempt from military service receive the same report of those who have mental or physical disabilities. Oh, hell yeah. I often feel like that's the case when I remember I'm attracted to men. They are considered to have a psychosexual disorder. In order to receive this report, individuals have to prove their homosexuality, undergoing what the Human Rights Watch calls humiliating and degrading examinations and tests. You have to provide photos of yourself receiving with identifiable face, ass, and penis in picture. That sounds like a challenge. In October 2009, the report of EU Commission on Enlargement stated that all of this is so horny, man. Like, what the fuck is going on? The Turkish armed forces have a health regulation which defines homosexuality as psychosexual illness and defines homosexuals as unfit for military service. Conscripts who declare their homosexuality have to provide photographic proof, a photograph of the person on the receiving end of anal intercourse. A number have had to... What if you're a side? What if you just like to frot? Would you bottom publicly to fight Empire, chat? Hell yeah, are you mad? Absolutely. A small number... What if... What happens if... Wait, hang on a minute. Can it be a girl doing this? Can it be a trans woman and or a cis woman with a strap on? Does it have to be a man? What if it's a trans man? Does it have to be a strap on? A small number have had to undergo humiliating medical examinations. These steps are taken, according to the military, to make sure that the system is not... These are all important questions. The steps are taken according to the military to make sure that the system is not being exploited by deserters in order to skip mandatory military service, which has been a historical problem. Again, you know, it could be a trans woman with a strap on. Like, it doesn't have to be a trans woman who's not had bottom surgery, you know? Like, we just don't know. There are so many questions. What if it's a cis man who was born with no penis? Then what? Right? Then what? There's just not enough information here. What is this? Acquiring the Pembe Tezkere. Let's have a look at this one. You can have a penis and still use a strap-on. Exactly. There's so much to be answered here. Individual experience of the process has varied depending on the assigned military ward, the examining experts, and the individual. The system has been undergoing change for the past few years. Lambda Instable's lawyer Faraz Soil stated in 2012 that the rectal examinations and the photographic evidence... Wait, they do rectal examinations? We need to get Erdogan on Red Planet to ask. Erdogan, come on Red Planet challenge. What are the rectal examinations, bro? Are they just like looking inside your ass and being like, yes, I could see a penis has been in here? They're looking all like up and down like the cum-caked walls of your fucking anus, and they're like, yes, a penis has been here. Gape check. This is so funny. Oh, okay. They're going to insane lengths to make that excludes gays, but only the bottom's a modern process. Yeah, exactly. This is mad, dude. Oh, dude, what the fuck? The current and most common method is to conduct a series of psychological evaluations consisting of personality tests and interviews with the draftee, as well as the draftee's family. The individual may even be confined to stay in the psychiatry ward for a short period of time in dormitory nicknamed Pink Dorms. I bet that some fucked up shit happens in here, dude. If he is not considered to be effeminate enough, and a chance of recovery is recognized. So what, you have to fem it up? You have to fem it up? You can't be a mask for mask bottom. Or a mask for fem bottom. Yeah, whoever came up with this process should definitely be excluded from the military. I think that's how we get... That's how... This is mental, dude. Interview with a homosexual draftee. With the picture, it was a bit difficult. The face had to be recognizable, as well as the penis and the ass. To put all this in a square was a bit complicated. Twice I got cramps because of the position. I also got humiliated at the selection before they announced it. There were about 12 military people, big ones, with uniforms and everything. They all looked one by one at the pictures. I had to bring 10 pictures, 10 different positions there. This is the difficulty, of course. This is the gayest shit of all time. You're telling me that 12 big military dudes are sat there looking at these pictures of you getting bummed, right? And then eventually, and you know, and they have the option to say, not gay enough. Yeah, literally. No, this one's too sorry, I don't think this one means you're gay. I just don't think these are gay enough. Oh, queerphobia is so stupid, man. Like this, do you see how humiliating this is? Right? Not just for the queer guys who have to do it or whatever, but also like to have the world know that this is how you conduct yourself. You know what I mean? Yeah, that guy was kind of cute, so not gay, right? They're describing like a possibly incredibly hot BDSM scene, right? This is something that some people dream of. Do you know what I mean? There are some people in the world that, like, if they've like listened to me describe this has awakened something inside them. You know what I mean? You know, and I'm not saying that this is good. It's humiliating and it's horrible and stuff, but like, you know, this is just the reality. This is what happens, right? There were about 12. Look at yada yada yada. They all looked one by one at the pictures. Bring 10 pictures. Difficulties, of course, but I managed to do it. And every single picture they looked and compared it with me. I was standing in the middle. They asked me questions. For example, they asked me which positions I like and if I use this position regularly. And then they would disappear into a room. They would disappear into a room and just come back looking all flustered. Their berets onto the side. Oh, mate. Fuck me, dude. I got too bricked up. Gotta go. Oh, wow. Oh, that's mad, dude. That's fucking mad. Okay, well, there you go. That's that, isn't it? But yeah, nothing to do with being I guess if you're a top, you can't get out of it. I was Eiffel Towering and they said it wasn't gay enough. Yeah, Turkish grinder is weird. Oh my god. Hey, Katrina, what's up? Resembles a few fantasies I've had, so yeah, there you go. I've had several exes who would come just reading about this. It's madness. Sorry to send you on that side quest, but I figured you needed to know that. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mia and Hippie Marshmallow for bringing that to chat. Well done, folks. Appreciate you. Another quality segment of the djmuel stream. Yeah, we can now all rest easy, knowing what happens in the Turkish military when you're gay.
The bottom left of
There is no fucking way that just happened, bro. There is no fucking way that just happened. Oh.
The box, you'll see the second projectile fire through, and these are part of Iran's integrated air defense. They have several different systems. There you saw it again. That was it. And now it's going to dump flares. Dumping flares is to try to throw off the thermal tracking of the missile.
I might turn that into a YouTube clip. So I know people are saying clip that now, but it was a long segment. I could easily put that on the YouTube clips channel. So look out for that.
So significant. And then yesterday,
John Elmer, come on Red Planet Challenge. Yes.
Another one from civilian cameras that showed an F-18 being clipped from the ground, and CENTCOM came out and denied the claim. They said false. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced
Also, hi, Goblin
US
Punk.
FA-18 was struck over central.
Try and upload a bit
Iran
about that on
using new
TikTok. Yeah.
air defense
Hello, Dr.
systems.
Maggot.
What is true, according to them, is no U.S. aircraft has been shot down by Iran. So they just answered a question that wasn't asked. Nobody said it was shot down, but it was clearly clipped. I'll bring you that footage next week once we have that verified and understand what we are looking at. And the systems that were brought it down, we take a look here at number 10 at the Majid system. This was some discussion about whether this is certainly a drone killer system. But the Iranians have their own indigenous air defense systems, like all of these systems, under sanctions for a generation, 2 generations. Under sanctions, they have to be self-sufficient and build their own things. So they build clones, and you're looking at this system is built on the back of a clone.
Shit, RT, that fucking sucks. I'm sorry to hear it, man.
Iran building from top to bottom their own things. We know that they use man-portable, shoulder-fired systems. I showed you during the Yemen front, they use the track-based, the track launcher for the 358 missile. Those were drone killers. They also have the 359. This Majid system is
finally getting John on Red Planet and immediately scaring him off by advocating for prostate orgasms. Yeah, but you see, John Elmer would not be prepared for the way in which I would work in the advocacy for prostate orgasms into the ammosexual discussion about Iran's military and the surrounding resistance forces. Yeah? So you say that it would scare him off, but I think he'd be impressed.
It's a short-range, low-altitude system.
You got that? I'll work it in. Listen, I'll work it in. That's how I always get the prostate orgasm in. I always work it in. Yeah. We can now all rest easy, knowing what happens in the Turkish military when you're gay.
Bottom left of.
Yeah, that's not so bad on its own, actually. That's not so bad on its own, actually. Good clip. Thank you, Hunter Biden's bathroom. Thank you, Hunter Biden's bathroom. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
There was some talk that this may have been the system that got the F-35, but I think we're going to see in a minute the one that actually did. But the Majid is a passive short-range air defense system, and passive means that...
What if John puts cheese on his beans? You're talking about things that would never happen. Stop trying to wind me up. That would never happen. This motherfucker doesn't eat beans on toast. He's Canadian. He eats poutine.
Have a steady radar signature all the time. And the way U.S. fighter jets work is they suppress radar.
It is the end of the YouTube video. That's exactly how I'll end it, yeah.
Enemy radar and suppressing it. So the Iranians don't have that radar on to not allow it to be targeted. And they wait in an ambush, essentially in a guerrilla-style ambush. They pick an area where they believe... through intelligence that the fighter jets will go, maybe it's to high value targets, and they set up an ambush with multiple systems in that area. And when the jet approaches, they fire up the radar.
Poutine on toast. I don't give a fuck, mate. It's nothing to do with me, that. That's not a discussion for us Brits to have. They can do whatever they want with the poutine. They can fuck it. They can put the knob in it. They can fucking grind on the poutine. They can eat poutine off like a fucking like a toilet seat or so. I don't give a shit, dude. Do what you want. Nothing to do with me, mate. Nothing to do with me, mate.
Fast, launch the missile, 1-2 seconds, and then they turn it off again, and you can see with the truck.
I watch fucking Northern Lion, and he's there going like, can I say something? The poutine, these curds, they're not great. They're not great. Can I say something? Not great for a guy like me. And I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, mate. I don't know what he's on about. What's he on about? What's he fucking saying? The Kurds. What are you on about? The Kurds. He doesn't do geopolitics. He doesn't know who the Kurds are. You see what I did? You know what I mean? This is what you pay for.
Scoot out of there to prevent counter battery fire. So this is a really useful system. This system is for sure killing drones I don't think that this is the system that ended up getting the F-35 because Iran sort of tipped their hand the other day. But there's one more shot of the
you need those fresh curds, yeah.
You can see it launching its missiles, and the Israelis said that they've destroyed 85% of Iran's air defense and detection systems, which is absurd. It's not close to the number. It's an entirely made up number because they don't know the number that the Iranians have. So you have 85% of an unknown number. But it sounds good when you're telling your people why. When you're trying to leave the war and you want to claim victory. So this magic system,
he's right.
Again, top to bottom, indigenously made Iranian system. We look at the next system here.
We destroyed 200% to completely obliterated.
Larger systems. These
Thank you for the follow.
Range systems, but they operate the same way. Passive radar. So
these things could shoot and scoot all day long. Impossible to kill them all. Yeah.
When the fighter jet comes into the ambush zone and launch. If we look at the next one, this is what the Iranians suggest that it was. This is the Khordad 15. It was launched in 2019. And we know that only because the Iranians implied it. They didn't actually say it, but they showed a video of the IRGC Aerospace Force commanders underground in a massive underground facility that was stacked from floor to ceiling on both sides.
I remember seeing this video.
Missiles, and then they showed this truck buried in this underground system as well. And then at the end of that video, they put up a bunch of clips of the F-35 from newspaper reports. So they're suggesting that it was the Khordad 15. But any of those systems working together, including shoulder fired, can hit. But of course, these massive systems are much more effective. And that is what Iran means by integrated air defense system. It's both the IRGC and the Iranian army that are carrying out rather than the Israeli model and the American model of creating a total umbrella. The way that the integrated air defense system works, it's not for every plane at all times like Israel and the US's are, but it's set up in these ambush styles where you have multiple overlapping systems that can communicate with each other and fire multiple of them can fire on the same system. And
I will never be an IRGC soldier driving a truck that eats Western hubris. Listen, there's a place for everybody in the revolution. Even if you're just a guy typing stuff away on a spreadsheet for like an organization in the middle of Nevada, right? If you have like the Las Vegas Tenants Union or whatever, like the what's another place in Nevada? Begins with an R. Can't remember the fucking name. Reno, right? Reno, Nevada. You're just a guy in the tenants union or whatever. Thank you, everybody. you know, you're typing up the spreadsheet and stuff like that. That's a place in the revolution. Not all of us can be IRGC sicko modes going absolutely mental, shooting down multiple F-35s every single day. You know? Don't worry about it. There's also a guy that has to do the spreadsheets for the IRGC guy, and he's just as important. You know? I'm in the belly of the beast, gotta make Shay proud, exactly. You're in Vegas, hey Show Sheepy. Oh my goodness.
F-35. So we'll keep following this. There'll be more.
Just like German 985.
Of knocking these of touching these fighter jets, because as the war goes on, the patterns become more predictive, the intelligence becomes deepened. And remember that Iran has watched the US in Afghanistan and Iraq for an entire generation studying these things. And they have been prepared for this war, as we all know. So let's take a look at the target maps here, because we're going to move on to the Iranian strikes. These maps of the
this has gotten significantly big since the last Electronic Intifada one.
The naval command for Central Command. Qatar has Al Udeid Air Base. Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia is where they have concentrated forces. That's where one missile hit the runway and took out 5 KC-135 strategic air refuelers. You can see the dot in the middle of Jordan there is Muwafaq al-Salti Air Base, where they are also concentrated, and then more forces are concentrated at Ben Gurion. For the Iranians' part, just to touch on the human rights situation, the head of the Iranian Red Crescent Society said on Tuesday that the U.S. and Israel had targeted 17 centers affiliated with the Red Cross across the country. 94 ambulance and relief vehicles were
That's cool, isn't it?
Targeted.
You remember who was it in the chat earlier that was saying it? Was it Galo Mango? I can't remember. Someone in the chat earlier was saying, I'm really worried that they're going to escalate and target more civil infrastructure. Like, they are already targeting hospitals. They are already targeting ambulances, like John is saying here. John is reporting on behalf of the Iranian Red Crescent. Yep, 94 places, ambulance, relief vehicles. They're doing all this shit already. It's the same playbook that Israel uses in Gaza, in Palestine, occupied Palestine, and also now in southern Lebanon. They are just doing the same thing. And the US is, of course, it is Israel. Like, it might as well just be Israel, right? It's just like a bigger Israel. That's the connection between the US and Israel goes much more beyond Israel as a military base in the region. They also have the connection in terms of being both colonial occupations that have done heinous things. I think that the only thing that Israel wishes it could do is a form of slavery, right? In order to catch up with what the US did. You know what I mean? Like the US fucking genocided the natives and then did slavery and then, continued to do segregation, etc., yada, yada, yada. And Israel can only dream of that. But yeah, that is the connection, the spiritual connection between those two. Hey, Baldwin, what's up? Kuwait and UAE getting hammered? Yep. Yeah, they targeted 90,000 civilian units in Iran. Yep. Schools and hospitals are the first targets, not last resort. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the US genocide and native population is the blueprint. And never forget, it was Britain that started that. It was Britain and Spain and France and Germany and all of the fucking psychotic European white supremacist nations that were white supremacist at that time, even though that kind of an ideology wasn't really fully realized, who were desperate to grab land and do shit like that in the so-called New World that, of course, wasn't the New World. It was the, it was the old world, in fact, one of the oldest worlds.
The deputy head of Tehran Emergency said that the U.S. and Israeli terrorists had attacked 21 ambulances, 23 emergency bases in the first 26 days of the war. The deputy health minister said 190.
I'm just going to run to the toilet quick.
Were damaged.
Oh, I'm not going to pause it.
Or destroyed. 12 hospitals have been taken out of service. 190 health and medical centers have been damaged due to American Zionist attacks, and 12 hospitals, as I said, have been taken out of service. So typical Israeli war. Go for the hospitals and use human shields on your own side, which we will see coming up. According to Haaretz yesterday, Iran has fired 460 at least ballistic missiles at Israel. And at least as many more, 600 plus in the Gulf, along with more than 4,000 drones at this point. So this map shows you where those bases are. Some of those bases are, and again, in Kuwait, there's multiple bases that are being hammered constantly. So let's take a look at the number 16 here. This is part of the way that Iran has evaded air defenses is by launching these drones, and they launch them in an attack the same area as the ballistic missile attacks are targeting. We see the first fighters here that we have seen so far in the war this week. They showed up. We have a couple clips of them in there. You see the canister launched, multiple launch Shahed drone system. Here you see a fighter counting down. He's saluting the martyrs. Qasem Soleimani, of course, gets a significant shout out in this countdown. And then he's going to launch from this canister multiple drone launcher here. And the idea is to hit in waves. So the Iranians said, in this operation by ready and steadfast units of the IRGC Navy, 6 support hangars of the Americans in the Al Udeid base were struck by loitering munitions and cruise missiles, and some equipment of the Patriot air defense system stored in the hangars were completely destroyed. So they use the multi-layered attack with these drones, and these drones have been very effective. They're very accurate. And they require fighter jets or $5 million interceptors to shoot them down. Either fighter jets firing Sidewinder missiles that are like $500,000 each. They fire multiple of them, or they fire millions of dollar interceptors at them in order to try to knock them down. So let's take a look at number 17, because this is the way
Germany didn't exist until Bismarck or 1870 or yeah, you know what I mean, all the European nations, you know what I'm saying.
They were now up to the 82nd wave as of yesterday.
There's an argument to trace it back to the Crusades, yeah, but Rome as well. Look, like empire as a concept is the thing that is, you know, plagued humanity for the last fucking 5,000 years, right? Whether it's the Greek Empire, yes, even the Persian Empire, the Mongolian Empire, or like also known as the Golden Horde or whatever, you know, the Roman Empire, yada yada yada. I should have worded myself better. I'm worried about an increase in strikes that could result in exponentially high damage, such as those on fuel storage facilities. Yeah, I mean, I think it's reasonable to think that. I think that what I was saying in terms of, you know, responding to you on that was that I think that in terms of what they could possibly do to Tehran, like, or you know, not just Tehran, like the entirety of Iran, I think that we've kind of seen it. I don't think that they've got any surprises hidden up their sleeve, because they've done this whole shock and awe thing and it just hasn't worked, because that's exactly what Trump wanted to do, right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? The very first farmers thought they were king shit and they should probably have 2 farms. Yeah, no, yeah. Agriculture was a mistake, actually. And we should have just kept foraging. We actually should have just kept foraging, mate.
These are waves 66 through 78 that happened last week, and you can see them all. We're seeing the Khorramshahr, the Fatah, Ghadir, Imad, if you're keeping track at home. Then 4 straight Ghadirs, Khyber Sheikhan. You're going to see a drone mixed in. This is my edit of all the operations. So you're seeing basically all of the missiles being used in these launches. And this week's targets were Dimona. A lot of targeting of Dimona.
If you want to trace Empire back to anything, then debt is probably the best bet. Someone's been reading Graeber. And it's not me. I just know that that's what David Graeber talks about. Because he was a anthropologist, right? Hunter-gathering was certainly more egalitarian, yes. Large inequality started when there were significant surpluses, yes, because people started to... Well, it wasn't even necessarily people. It was collections of people who ended up being dominator cultures, right? Like this is also something that someone that I have read, Terence McKenna, talks about. Dominator cultures emerged because of that desire to control resources and subjugate people, right? You know. MG3723. Tom, you've got a fan who's literally just here for you, mate. Thomas Peebo Melpert. There's a chatter that is literally just here. He's literally just saying hi to you, mate. He's like, I don't give a fuck, me, mate. Look at his fucking head. What's fucking going on there? Bro, what's happened? Are you okay? What happened then? That was nuts. Big yawn. All right.
Which is where Israel's nuclear research and nuclear weapons program research institutes are. And ththose were targeted because...
djmuel, may I derail you with new Iran AI propaganda? Yeah, sure, man. Why not? Oh, fucking these... The longest and latest Lego animation produced by Akbar and Fajri and Explosive Media so far. I hate the way that they say that they produced it. I hate the way that they say that. We are going to watch it anyway because these things are quite funny, but 3 minutes long, let's go. No, I don't think it's Iran. I think that's the reason that I sighed when Crescent sent it me, because, like, you know, people love to say things like, Iran just released this thing, and it's like, I don't think they do, man. I don't think this is the government of Iran. I think this is just people who are, like, in Iran. You know what I mean? It's more Lego shit. I'm so interested in why this style. I don't know why the people who were doing Iran AI slop, right? It is just AI. It is just some guy doing AI slop. That's all it is. And Crescent loves it, as you can see. He fucking loves it. It's just some guy. It's not Iran. Iran, the entire country, is not doing it. You know what I mean? Today I learned about Fruit Love Island. I have heard about Fruit Love Island. It's the worst thing of all time. This is the only acceptable AI slop. So they're talking about they're talking now about the protests, the infiltration of the protests, and these are just like the everyday people of Iran fighting back. Put him in body bags. It's not impossible by what the White House posed for Iran to publish this. No, it's not impossible. It's just deeply unlikely. Like they're just not doing this. Like, I think the important thing for Westerners to remember about, like, the people who are in the higher echelons of Iranian government would rather, like, do things like this. Like, Crescent actually posted this in the chat last night. Like, this is the more reality based kind of media statements or whatever from Iranian members of parliament or whatever. Yes, exactly. Crescent Moon and Star. Like, this is the kind of thing that they do, right? This is Masoud Pezeshkian, who wrote a 4-page letter to the people of the USA and unfortunately forgot that everyone in the USA just doesn't like to read. You know, this is the kind of shit that they do. This is the kind of shit that they do. They are far more rational and reasonable than the American one, yeah. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, to the people of the United States of America and to all those who, amid a flood of distortions and manufactured narratives, continue to seek the truth and aspire to a better life. Most Americans would not be able to finish this first line, right? Yeah, literally every single person in the fucking Iranian government has a fucking PhD and shit. They think everybody has their education. Yes, exactly. It's like, there's no way that any American got past this first line. There's just no fucking way. They looked at the body of this text and they went, I ain't reading all that. Sorry that happened, or like, happy for you, innit? Iran, by this very name, character, and identity, is one of the oldest continuous civilizations in human history. Despite its historical and geographical advantages at various times, Iran has never in its modern history chosen the path of aggression, expansion, colonialism, or domination. Even after enduring occupation, invasion, and sustained pressure from global powers, and despite possessing military superiority over many of its neighbors, Iran has never initiated a war. Yet it has resolutely and bravely repelled those who have attacked it. The Iranian people harbor no enmity towards other nations, including the people of America, Europe, or neighboring countries. Even in the face of repeated foreign interventions and pressures throughout their proud history, Iranians have consistently drawn a clear distinction between governments and the people they govern. This is a deeply rooted principle in Iranian culture and collective consciousness, not a temporary political stance. For this reason, portraying Iran as a threat is neither consistent with historical reality nor with present-day observable facts, such a perception is the product of political and economic whims of the powerful. They need to manufacture an enemy in order to justify pressure, maintain military dominance, sustain the arms industry, and control strategic markets. In such an environment, if a threat does not exist, it is invented. Oh! It is hard to read, though. I mean, I'm not like an overly intelligent guy, and it's not that hard to read. It's not that hard to read. It's hard to pass if you don't know anything about imperialism, right? They are expecting, yeah. Now, Shahis, you might blow me away and tell me that you're like, I don't know, from you've got a PhD or whatever, and this, that, and the other. I don't fucking know, right? I don't fucking know. Read on, I'll be proven right. Okay, fine. That's fine. Hey, Ashlols. No, it's all really based so far. Yeah, it is. It is. So, with the same framework, the United States has concentrated the largest number of its forces, bases, and military capabilities around Iran, a country that, at least since the founding of the United States, has never initiated a war. Recent American aggressions launched from these very bases have demonstrated how threatening such a military presence truly is. Naturally, no country confronted with these conditions would forego strengthening its defensive capabilities. What Iran has done and continues to do is a measured response grounded in legitimate self-defense, and by no means an initiation of war or aggression. Relations between Iran and the United States were originally not hostile, and interactions between the Iranian and American people were not marred with hostility or coup d'etat. An illegal American 1953 tension. The turning point, however, was the intervention aimed at preventing the nationalization of Iran's own resources. That coup disrupted Iran's democratic process, reinstated dictatorship, and sowed deep distrust among Iranians towards US policies. This distrust deepened further with America's support for the Shah's regime, its backing of Saddam Hussein during the imposed war of the 1980s, the imposition of the longest and most comprehensive sanctions in modern history, bit of an error there, but never mind. And ultimately unprovoked military aggression, twice in the midst of negotiations against Iran. Yet all these pressures have failed to weaken Iran. On the contrary, the country has grown before the Islamic percent. On the contrary, the country has grown 30% stronger in many areas before the Islamic. What does he mean here? Mule, have you considered in fact that Iran is bad? That's very true. That's very true. No, yeah, this is going to be translated from Farsi by someone who is not translating stuff often that well, right? If Americans read this type of shit, our government would be a lot different. Yeah, no, for real. Literacy rates have tripled from roughly today. Higher education has expanded dramatically. Significant 90% revolution to over advances have been achieved in modern technology. Yeah, there's a bit of mistranslation going on in the middle here. Healthcare services have improved. The infrastructure has developed at a pace and scale incomparable to the past. These are measurable, observable realities that stand independent of fabricated narratives. At the same time, the destructive and inhumane impacts of sanctions, war, aggression on the lives of the resilient Iranian people must not be underestimated. The continuation of military aggression and the recent bombings profoundly affect people's lives, attitudes, and perspectives. There's no American who got to this bit. There's just simply no one American. Maybe some of the Americans in this chat read to this bit. But when you think about, like... So I was watching Northern Lion... Like, it's funny, right? Because I mentioned Northern Lion before. I was watching a Northern Lion VOD last night. and he had like a guy in his chat who said something cringe, and then he like, you know, just pulled up the logs like this, right, and like scrolled back and was like, this is what you said, this is what you said, this is what you said, this is what you said. Have you got any last words? Have you got any final words before I ban you? And this guy went, how did you do that? And he went, can I say something? You know what's crazy? I read this thing that said that most people, even though they're educated to a third grade level, they can only, in fact, there is only 20% of people who can understand reading comprehension at a above a third grade level in North America, not just in the USA, but in Canada. And he's like, he says something to the effect of like, and that has just been proved to me by this guy that is in my chat saying, how did you understand that? I literally used my eyes to look at the characters you wrote in my chat and I understood them with my brain. It's like, yeah, man, there's so many Americans like that, bro. It's like, how did you do that? How did you understand what I just said? How did you read what I said? Reading, parsing, and then applying what you read. There's a bigger and bigger population of the Western world that has this issue. Yeah, 1,000%. 1,000%. No. I think you're right, Shahiz. Yeah, I think that at this point it started to get really complicated, and there's just no way. This is the failure of the Iranian government in thinking that any American is going to be able to read this. That it's just not going to happen. It's terrifying, really. We're not much better in the UK. Yeah, no, it's absolutely sick. It's like when Rhizome brings up that clip of fucking Muslimic ray guns guy. It makes me remember actually just how thick some people are in the UK. You know what I mean? Where he's there like going like, yeah, like, I want Britain to be back British. And the Muslimic, yeah, they've got the Muslimic law, Iraqi law. Yes, of course I've heard the Jungle remix of that. Yeah. Of course I've heard the Jungle remix of that. No, they're Muslimic as well. If you're a fascist, there are Muslimic ray guns and there are Jewish space lasers as well. There's every kind. There's every single kind. They got their law and we've got our law and they don't like that. They want to put that law on us. I keep mentioning it to Rise, but they haven't played it yet. Yeah. You gotta bring them around. We gotta bring them around to the understanding. They know about Baptasia, which is crazy. Whenever fucking Rise has a hype train, and they put on fucking Baptasia, I'm like, how do Americans know about this? You know what I mean? I thought that Baptasia was an extremely unique British fucking meme. As a working class man from the UK, it's pure sad. But that's the thing. That's you know what used to happen, right, in the UK is that working class people like us who were very privileged to you know, end up with some education, like understanding, reading, right, a lot more. We would like sit with other working class people and teach them shit. Do you know what I mean? But it just doesn't happen anymore because there's no fucking community. Because we don't have fucking community in this fucking country. Not gonna lie, you sound racist. Yeah, well, yeah, as a white guy, I am racist. Like, yeah, every white guy, every white person is racist to some degree. So yes, that's correct. You're not teaching me anything different here. I constantly interrogate my racism on a daily basis. And whatever way you would like to tell me that I should interrogate my racism again, in a different way, I'm willing to hear it. Except that one chatter. Not me, I'm perfect. Yeah. No, there are some white people who aren't racist. Who? Me! Well, Americans are not pigs. Do better. What? America... Right, okay, first of all, when did I say Americans are pigs? Right? When did I say that? That's you that said that, chatter. That's you that said that. I never once said that. And also, you can't be racist to white Americans! Sorry, I'm trying to do the Northern Lion thing. The way that he gets mad is funny as fuck. It is literally really impossible to be racist to white Americans! It is provably and evidentially completely impossible! Me sat here like the most open white guy to hearing about how I could possibly be like, you know, better understand my racism, and this one chatter says, yeah, you gotta stop being racist to Americans, bro. Oh, you know what, you're right, I hadn't thought of that. And you know what, I think I'm gonna continue to not think about that. You know what I mean? I think I'm gonna continue to not consider how white Americans feel about how I feel about their race. You know what I'm saying? On the lives of resilient Iranian people must not be arrested. Where are we up to here? This raises a fundamental question of which of the American people's interests truly being served by this war. Was there any objective threat from Iran to do such behavior? Anyway, listen, you get the point of what I'm trying to say. Masoud Pezeshkian thinks that an American person is going to read this. This is the kind of thing that the Iranian government like are using as propaganda. Things that Americans will never, ever read, right? Most Americans, okay, chatter? Most Americans, yeah? Hopefully that was implied by the fact I have Americans in my chat who I am also saying are smart, right? But Crescent wanted me to watch this. So we're going to watch it. We will watch it. Bro, who is this? Hussein ibn Ali has done the raiment of victory. Who is it? Bro, what is this drippy hat? Is he a Shia character? A character in Shia mythology? Or religion? So the red hats are the baddies. One of the caliphs? Right, gotcha. Hey, McGinn. I know that sword is a Shia thing. Sorry, I don't mean to be offensive by saying mythology. That's why I corrected myself to religion. Sorry.
اگر دنیا همایت پشتتان ما پنج تن داریم اگر دنیا همایت
I'm understanding this now.
پنج تن داریم شما سنگر شکن دارید ما خیبر شکن داریم
Like they're blowing up the statue of Baal. Baal is a demon, right? Like the false idol that like these other guys like.
در آن طوفان پایانی در آن پایان طوفانی اگر که شاهنامه خوانده باشی خوب میدانی ته این ماجرا پایان رزم رستم و دیو است از این پس یک هدف داریم.
We have one goal. The heart of Tel Aviv. Hell yeah, dude.
هیدر هیدر هیدر.
A Canaanite god, not a demon exactly, right? There's more care put into this than most AI slop. Yeah, they probably use the Chinese DeepSeek stuff, right? This probably isn't like ChatGPT or Sora. I mean, it's not Sora because they shut that down. Yeah, so there you go. Thank you for that derailment.
The targeting of civilian.
Again, though, with the subtitles, expected a degree of American literary comprehension. Yeah, it's not going to be there. It's just not going to be there.
Nuclear facilities in Iran. And these waves.
So yeah, we're going back to the resistance report now, and they are going to be, you know. He's going to be telling us about like where Iran have been targeting, just in case anyone forgot.
Ben Gurion Airport that we see all the time. Haifa has been targeted every day, and Israel is getting about 15 of these barrages each day, spread out throughout the day, but sometimes clustered together. Yesterday there was 15 in just over a 12-hour period of time, according to the Israeli Defense Forces. There's the single drone. And now we're back to ballistic missiles. There you can see there the Ghadr. And it's going to be the Ghadr that you're seeing there that is going to hit Dimona. And those are the ones. There's a Khorram Shah 4 being launched. I think that's a Khorram Shah 2. There's a whole series of those. And that could carry a two-ton warhead, so a significant missile, and their most recent missiles. Those are the Fatahs. You can tell the Fatahs because they have the low trajectory and the solid fuel, like white smoke, solid fuel coming from behind them. That's how you can identify them. You can also identify them by their warheads, which are slightly different.
I would suggest some other propaganda videos, but the makers are kind of sort of frowned upon in the West.
Different. This is just
famously, this stream loves the West. Famously, I love the West. I'm one of the biggest proponents of Western imperialism. Everybody knows this.
Just to give you a sense, this is every video that we saw this week since you last saw me. Although they have been communicating in some of these videos. There goes the Fatah there that you can see. Significant missiles with
I just about
warheads that range from 750 kilos to to the 2-ton Khorram Shahs. That's another
DJ Churchill. Oh,
again, you can always tell those. And they travel at hypersonic speeds, Mach 16 in flight and Mach 5 in its terminal phase. They're very difficult to intercept because of that speed. They can also alter their course in mid-flight, which means that if you're tracking them...
No, distance, it's not DJ Churchill. It's this. It's this. This is the alternate universe version of me, where I love Empire. Right? That's actually what this is. Hey, the Cynic too. Welcome in. I had that exact thought. Yeah. There you go. What is this? Okay, so I will have to tell the story now that I brought it up. In my building, where I live, there is like a management company that have been like revamping the facilities. There's like community facilities. There's like a gym. And there's a, games room and shit. And there's a sauna and a swimming pool, right? It's pretty bougie. But what they've done up the games room recently. And they included some interesting bits of art in there. And here are those bits of art. So there you go. There's Churchill with a fucking ciggy. But it's not a ciggy, actually, because it's AI, and he's just, like, smoking nothing. You know? So that's good, isn't it? If you're, like, an Irish person or an Indian person or person of Indian descent, or, like, you know, if you're an African person, if you're from somewhere in the south of Africa, right? And this is great as well, isn't it? If you're a... That's great. That's just good, isn't it? Just Lizzie with a gun, shooting a fucking gun at you. And here's the one that I stole from that one. It's King Charles Rebel. King Charles Rebel, mate. I bet Yemenis love that one. Hell yeah. Yeah. Just, you know, listen, chat. There are Palestinian people in this building. Like, that's why, you know, I said what I said in the nicest way possible by being like, I'm Irish, right? I don't like Churchill. I'm not gonna go in there. And he still didn't get it. And it's like, bro, there are fucking Palestinian people in this building. Like, it's fucking crazy, dude. People just don't think about any of this shit. So yeah, anyway, chat was like, you should put this. You should put this in its place. Anyway, there you go. It's a silly meme, but there you go. All right, let's carry on with this.
Radars and attempting to hone your closer radars using the early warning radars. The early warning
that's
radar
thick as a Boxing Day turd, yeah.
In the second stage, the missile will move, which will completely change the radar signature that is coming into the close-in radars that Israel is using up around for frontline frontline interceptions. So let's look at number 18 here. This is a Gadar, a Fatah, and an Imad that were launched towards Dimona on the weekend, and we'll show them going out here, and then we'll show them coming back in. Worth noting, The Economist wrote up the costs of the interceptors. They believe that at least 150 THAAD interceptors, those are the high altitude interceptors, the most expensive. They could be up to 30 million a unit. That 150 have been used so far in the first few days. And when they used 150 in the last True Promise 3, that was said to be a quarter of US stocks. So it sounds to me like they're well below half of their total inventory now, only 2 weeks into the 4 weeks into the war. But this is only covering the first 2 weeks. The cost of replacing the first 4 days worth of munitions was $26 billion. America is thought to have used 300 Tomahawk cruise missiles in the opening day. But
is that cat in a cage? Chatter, what is going on? I'm not Hassan. Am I your Hassan? Like, what's happening, man? No, there's a joke about Hassan, like, electric shocks his dog. Like, has, like, an electric shock collar on his dog, and it's not. It's just total bollocks. No, my cat is not in a cage, dude.
The Pentagon had planned to buy just 57 in this coming fiscal year. There have been no delivery of THAAD interceptors since.
Newell has a sub alert that sprays his cat with olive oil.
New orders this year. According to The Economist, a puny 39 interceptors were slated for delivery in 2027, 6 years after they were being ordered.
I wish I was a cat in a cage. Calm down.
Missions that they cannot replace, that will not be replaced.
Hi, Layla. Layla came into the chat saying, God, are people who make missiles horny because they look like dicks? And now she's being like, I wish I was a cat in a cage. Have a cold shower, girl.
Many years, and significantly weaken the air defense systems of the U.S., of Israel, and of U.S. allies all over the world, not just in the Gulf, although they've taken the THAAD batteries from other places in the world.
Steep slope!
Into the Middle East after radars were destroyed. Let's take a look at number 19. It's going to have audio. This is the missile incoming into Dimona. So that's one of the better camera angles that we have seen for sure. We're relying on people's cell phones. So when people catch them on their cell phone and do a good job, it's always I always give them a nod, because it's that we get a lot of terrible ones. So that's on Dimona. There's a second strike on Dimona, also audio in. Let's play that.
Whoa! How about?
So that's a 750 kilo warhead hitting Dimona and the nuclear research, aiming for the nuclear research sites associated with Dimona. And we have one more that came in Arad, which is just a little bit south. In this next one here, you'll see with no audio, pretty significant strike again. And we've been showing you a lot of missiles with submunitions, but these are heavy warheads hitting that have significant blast radiuses in the, scores of meters, if not hundreds of meters of.
That missile strike is my screensaver.
Zone. And on this one, on this weekend of hits,
supply bottlenecks for critical THAAD interceptors since at least 2023. Yeah.
The Qassam Brigade spokesman Abu Obaida spoke up on Dimona, and he said, "We view with immense pride the powerful missile strikes carried out by Iran's Revolutionary Guards this evening, targeting areas deep within the criminal entity. This enemy understands only the language of force, and responding to a blow with two and making the price a heavy price is what will force Israel to stop its aggression. Without that, it will continue to rampage and target Arab and Islamic nations one after another." So that's, I think, a fairly accurate statement by Abu Obaida. Let's take a look at 22 here, because this is the submunitions coming from the Khorram Shar 4, as I've shown you a number of times. But look there in the right, that is Iron Dome interceptors.
Do you know the details too? What are you talking about? What you want about? Chatter, this stream isn't just like between you and me. Like, it's not just like a conversation between you and me. It's like there's loads of people in here. I'm eating my food. I'm listening to John Elmer. Like, who are you talking to? What are you asking me?
You can see they're having a really hard time understanding the assignment here. This is the first time we have seen the Iron Dome used against the submunitions, and you can see they are flailing. I don't know if that's a military term, but they are flailing. Look at, they're going back, and they change directions to go the opposite way as the missiles all fly by them. So doesn't appear that the Iron Dome.
You were asking Beanie Gaby. You were asking Garlo Mango. Right. Okay. Make sure you tag people if you're talking to them. I don't know what you're on about.
Task, judging by these images, you can see the bottom there, the right two that almost bounce off the wall.
I did say I wanted to get one guy like Hassan Moore. Yes, I did.
Those are the Tamer interceptors.
Thank you, Universe.
The missiles just flying
Thank you.
By there. Number 23 here, we're going to see one of these interceptors fall into Haifa. Okay. Right into downtown Haifa, which is what Israel and Trump always accuses everyone else of doing, firing rockets that hit their own people, even though they never show footage of that actually happening. But here, we've seen a bunch of these. I just thought I'd bring one to show you. That's a pretty clear one. I mean, the other day on the Lebanon front, Israel shelled kibbutz on the border and killed an Israeli firing 5
Yeah, sorry about that, Beanie Gaby.
Fire. But you can see the Tamer interceptor crashing down in front of. That's a taxi driver just sitting there in his car. And let's take a look at this next one, because this is number 24 here, we're going to watch Bahrain and the U.S. Send a $5 million interceptor into a neighborhood in Bahrain. Do we have that 24? So yeah, there you go. 5 million interceptor fired directly into the community in Bahrain. The Middlebury Institute confirmed that this was a PAC-3 launch from a Patriot, and that 60 residents were damaged and 30 people were wounded. They're from the Middlebury Institute. But in an X post on March 9th, the day that this happened, U.S. Central Command denounced Iranian and Russian news reports that said the incident was the result of a failed Patriot, calling it a lie in Trumpian all caps. And
Melpet's got to check the yogurt. I think it's fine. You done your inspection? Chat, he said yes. Chat, he said yes. Oh no, he said I want some, actually.
Said that it was an Iranian drone, which you can see here it clearly wasn't. And even after this report came out,
he's like, "Let me have some, then, you dickhead."
Down and said that
you can't have any.
Factual.
I don't think he can have any. I can't give him any of this.
Patriot in Bahrain.
You can't have any of that.
Incorrect. So you just watched.
He is looking at it very fucking intensely now, chat. That was a mistake. We've done that, I think. He really fucking wants some of this fucking yogurt now.
Something that the Bahrainis believe did not happen. One of the joys of reporting this war filled with lies. Okay, let's take a look at number 25.
So he's chilled out now. He's realized it's not happening.
And the U.S. using Tel Aviv as a human shield. This is flight tracker data of...
Give him a lick. I can't. What if he gets poisoned and dies? I can't do it.
KC-135 strategic air refueling aircraft. It's these aircraft up in the air that allow the fighter jets to stay up in the air, allow the fighter jets to get the distance they need to get to Iran.
Famous Cat Melpet accuses djmuel of intentional starvation. It is true. It's totally true.
You can see the amount of travel. This is just one example of a window that you can see the flight path, and it's just really remarkable. Obviously, this is always what they do: project the things.
He's suffering. Give him a lick. He's fine.
Firing missiles on themselves and using Tel Aviv as a human shield, using a civilian airport to host these KC-135s, which I showed you on the first report about the build-up to the war when we saw them on the runway.
Eleanor TV says, 5 bits. Hey, bestie, I'm a bit funk off wine right now, but keep doing what you're doing. You are cool, even though you are bald. Z, #smile, #communism for Vider.
At Ben Gurion, we saw scores of them all lined up using a civilian airport. So when we look at 26,
thank you very much, chatter.
Arash 2 drones, and they're pointedly saying that they're firing these at Ben Gurion Airport. And these are they're drones, but they have a pilot. They can be navigated with a pilot down onto their targets.
He does react like that, RTE clearance.
They carry fairly
he does do that
payloads, and they can cover the ground to Ben Gurion. And so we're seeing that pop up in their field reports constantly, every single day, that they're targeting Ben Gurion with drones and missiles. And of course, also part of this operation was to target Rafael Industries, Israel's defense manufacturer, and one of the most important defense technologies outfits in the regime, and of course it produces the Iron Dome, David Sling anti-missile systems.
DJ Fuel emote to poke fun at the state of oil prices. Now, that's much better than your previous suggestion, Yui.
Among others. And so targeting the
I like that one way better.
Base of the Israeli military.
Thank you for another Melpit clip.
These strikes. Let's take a look at 20.
Quality control.
We also have Iraq.
Yeah, okay. We are gonna watch it. We are gonna watch it. It's crazy, chat, because I love my cat. It's crazy. Chat, he said yes. He does literally say, yeah. Can you see him say it? In your inspection. Yeah, you can see him say it. Chat, he said yes. He literally went, meow. He can understand what's happening. You know what's going on, don't you? He just doesn't react in the way that you think he'd react. Because he's a cat. But he does know what's happening. The more and more that I spend time with him, I'm absolutely convinced that he knows what's going on. Like, he will just watch TV. And, like, he's, like, watching the... Well, he's not. He's, like, kind of sleeping now. But he will just, like, watch the stream sometimes. He'll watch the things that I'm watching on stream with me. He certainly watches me play Mugenics.
Resistance operating on the Iraqi front.
It's because he's a cat, yeah. He's a cat.
Shahed 101 drones.
He slow blinks because he loves you. I know.
This is just a single group's operations. The Iraqi resistance
has baby boy.
500 operations since this war started. But this one particular group,
you heard something.
The Blood Brigade, they have
Melpit react harder. Actually, I should. Yeah, he's like, the Houthis did what? He loves the Houthis. They're his favorite one. They're his favorite resistance group. Here's what we should do.
These are their targets. Iraqi Kurdistan, they target Erbil in Iraqi Kurdistan, where the U.S. has multiple bases, 53 drones and 2 missiles at Iraqi Kurdistan, Camp Victory base in Baghdad at the Baghdad airport, 25 drones and 6 missiles. In Syria, 9 drones and 2 missiles. Saudi Arabia, 11 drones. 11 drone operations. Jordan, 19 drone operations against Muwafaq al-Salti, and also at U.S. positions in Kuwait, 8 operations. So that's significant. And this next one, 28, a little bit of ingenuity here. We're seeing Peugeot launched multiple launch rocket system. So they brought this right up to the gates of Camp Victory near the Baghdad airport and launched from the trunk of the Peugeot multiple launch rocket systems, which, I mean, it's an effective way to get them up to the front door. Nobody
first cat to catch a terrorism rap.
It was driving.
It'd have to go through me.
Site. And there's one more there that you can see. Obviously, the car burns when you fire.
He's reading the text, yeah.
But that's the just a notable operation in Iraq that I wanted to show you. Creative. Now let's take a look at Lebanon. I think this is a really important front that we need to be focusing on. Israel's plans are very clear that they want to occupy all the way up to the Litani River. That you can see there is all the pink area. In the south, they have evacuation orders to the river to the north of the Litani, but they're going to create. They say that they're going to create. They're going to annex this
Melpit Modoc, yeah,
buffer zone, but they're intending to annex this territory, including the major city of Tyre, Sur, in South Lebanon, Nakuras, and a big city as well. As Binches Bail is, of course, famous for the battle in 2006. So we can see on this next map that where Hezbollah's operations were yesterday, they carried out 90 plus operations over the 24-hour window, and you can see them concentrated there. And where
90 plus operations in one day, chat, is fucking crazy. No, they are on schedule. Yeah, they want to do this all the fucking time. Yeah, and the only reason that they don't is because Hezbollah, you know, sadly, you know, the major difference between, you know, Lebanon resistance and Palestine resistance is that, you know, the Palestinians, I think, just had too much of a focus in terms of like the entire empire coming all, you know, fucking fall, like raining down all around them all the fucking time, like immense international pressure all the fucking time. And I think that, like, you know, obviously, like Hezbollah, it would be stupid to say that there aren't Palestinians in Hezbollah, because there are Palestinians in Hezbollah who, like, have, you know, fled to Lebanon because they can't return home and shit like that. They've been fucking pushed out of the country they're birthed and stuff. But, like, also Lebanese people, you know, they could see what happened and they're like, yeah, there is no fucking way that we're going to let that fucking happen in Lebanon. You know what I mean? Even though arguably, you know, they have tried and pushed the borders and shit like that. Like, you know, the Zionist entity is constantly doing this. And so luckily, you know, Hezbollah has that, like, hindsight is 2020 thing in terms of, like, what they've had to do to prepare for this. But the, honestly, the wave of operations that they've done here against the invading IOF forces, they are not going to make an inch. I don't think that they're gonna get an inch of Lebanon. I also heard that yesterday, and it could be wrong, I don't know, but I also heard yesterday that there is a Syrian resistance group that has said, we're gonna start attacking Israel from the north, and we're gonna take back the Golan Heights. That could be wrong. There's a lot of misinformation about at the moment. But I've heard that there's a number of Syrian resistance groups that are like, it's time for us to retake Syria, fuck Jelani. It's time for us to retake the Golan Heights, fuck Israel, yada yada yada. So, yeah, we'll see how this. You know, I would be completely not surprised, right, if there were multiple resistance groups who ended up springing up out of nowhere because they're seeing the successes of Hezbollah. They're seeing the successes of, I mean, this is all the success of Al-Aqsa flood, like it should be said, right? Jelani ironically means from Golan. It's Jolan, how we say it. Right, okay, gotcha. I actually didn't know that. Yeah, that's funny as hell. He's from the Golan Heights and he's just ISIS, yeah. he's sent by Israel, sent from Israel by Israel. Well, the Golan Heights is not, you know, it's not Israel, but yeah. But yeah, I would not be surprised if multiple resistance groups saw the immense success of Hezbollah in these, you know, 94 operations in one day, which they appear to have had a very big success rate. I think we're going to hear about that from John now. And go, yeah, you know what, like Iran are attacking and Ansar Allah are attacking, and you know, all of this resistance will breed more resistance, where people have been too afraid to come out and do this, you know, in the past. They will come out and do it now. He isn't from there. He picked that name specifically because of the Israeli occupation of the Golan Heights. That's fucking crazy. Wait, no, yeah, because, like, he's called Al-Sharaa now, but I thought he changed... Didn't he change his name from Al-Jalani to be, like... His name is Al-Sharaa now. That's what they call him now, Al-Sharaa, so that people don't recognize him as Al-Jalani. The Cyclops is blinded. Get him, fellas. Yeah, that's what's happening, yeah.
These concentrations are where the Israelis...
Is Al-Sharaa his real name? Is that his birthday? Real name, whatever. You know what I mean? Is that his, like, birth name or whatever? Or his more...
After the ceasefire.
Commonly known name.
That Israel made. One on the coast.
Al-Sharaa, right. Jalani was his ISIS name, yeah.
Getting hit. There's one in the middle area there that you can see getting a lot of attention as well. And then up in the Galilee Panhandle, if you follow the Galilee Panhandle up, you can see that there's 3 positions along there, and they're attempting to move ridge by ridge. This map has the contours of the land, so you can see the fighting is happening now on the 3rd ridge, and this is the ridge that the Israelis would have taken in the previous battle, but they were repelled by Hezbollah, and as you can see by a single day's operations, that they're being repelled as well right now at the beginning of this war.
Damn, that's crazy. They tried to invade Lebanon again and it didn't work, and they didn't change any of the tactics that they used last time, and also also they're doing it at the same time that they're getting absolutely fucking dumpstered by Iran. Like, they are just getting fucking load after load of rockets. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we could look at the next slide. You can see they celebrated this. They celebrated 87, and then they went on and carried out 8 more operations before the night closed. But they fired on 21 Merkava tanks, 3 D9 armored bulldozers. 2
when you join an Islamic militia, a lot of times you get a stage name. One appears more Islamic or Arab, etc. Yeah, I'm sure of it.
And their operations were...
I mean, I would argue that ISIS is not... It's not Islam, right? They're just fucking fascists. They use Islam to be fascist, innit? We've spoken about this before, and many people in the region just refer to them as psychotic fascists because that's what they are, you know? But I could see why it would be a LARP. It's the same reason that... you know, Zionists, when they move from Europe to Palestine, to occupy Palestine, will choose a name that sounds more Hebrew, but in fact, the Hebrew name that they choose is more like, it sounds like just like a mix between German and Arabic, right? They're like, oh, it sounds more Arabic kind of thing. You know what I mean?
60%
the last bomb in Beirut en masse in 2006 after support for Hezbollah went up and Iran came up in the global stage in that period. Equation is totally different. Yeah, absolutely.
60 of the...
Same reason Musk named his kid Saxon. Oh, Jesus Christ.
87 were inside of Lebanon.
All these religious texts are conservative, liberal, fascist, socialist, whatever you want it to be. Yeah, they will use whatever religious text for their own aims. Absolutely, yeah. It's how you interpret it.
So targeting Israeli troops inside of Lebanon, but also 34 operations in Israel.
It's not correct to say ISIS is not Islamic. From what I know from the teachings of Islam, the teachings of Islam do not say go around and fucking murder other Muslims, right?
We've seen about 50-50 split between those.
I don't know, man. I've met a bunch of Muslims in my life, and none of them are going around saying, yeah, man, we should murder all the other Muslims that don't agree with us.
But yesterday was definitely focused on the soldiers that are now moving into Lebanon. There's 5 divisions of the IDF moving into South Lebanon right now, which could amount to something like 100,000 troops if it's a full complement of each division. It's not clear that at this point that is what it is.
No, but I don't even think Islamist is a good term, because this is just what the West says all the time, to be like, you know, all these teachings are pretty contradictory. Would you say the Crusades were not Christian? Yes! What do you mean? Yes, the Crusades were inherently not Christian. Like, do you not hear what I'm saying? Like, what I'm saying is, they could say that they're doing it in the name of Islam, but it doesn't mean that they are abiding by the teachings of the Quran. And in the same way, they were Christian. That doesn't mean that they were doing Christian things. Do you not understand the distinction? Right? You have the book, right, which says, be nice, don't kill, treat each other like neighbors, yada, yada, yada. And then you have people who read the book and went, I actually spoke to God and he said I should fucking kill everybody. Right? There's a fucking difference. Just because someone is a Muslim and is doing crimes against humanity doesn't mean that, like, that's what Islam is. You know? And just because a Christian is doing crimes against humanity doesn't mean that that's what Christianity is.
But there are 5 divisions right now on the border. This mocks, this poster that the resistance released mocks Benjamin Netanyahu, saying this is no longer Hezbollah itself. We pushed their capabilities back decades. And I mean, you could have picked any number of comments from Netanyahu saying that they had defeated Hezbollah. They clearly have not. Hezbollah has carried out 811 operations in the 24 days since they joined the battle. So let's take a look at 31. This is the Kasmia Bridge, a crucial bridge on the coastal road. You can see they're destroyed. This is Israel destroying it. They've been attacking the bridges. They attacked
categorical error. My partner said
18 key bridges just in the first day, and they're going to continue attacking these bridges. Israel's defense minister said that the bridge is Hezbollah, which I'll comment on in a minute. But he also says that he's instructed the army to accelerate the destruction of Lebanese homes in the line of contact villages, so the villages in South Lebanon, to thwart threats against Israeli communities in accordance with the model of Beit Hanun and Rafah in Gaza. So they're going to destroy everything in South Lebanon. And to say that the bridges were Hezbollah is interesting because Hezbollah, there's a saying in South Lebanon.
Christianity itself could evolve, first of all. Christianity teaches many contradictory things. What each Christian believes depends on their environment, material conditions, and personal psychology. Christianity is progressive, it is fascist, it is a lot of things, including the Crusades. No, you can't, right? You're not understanding the important distinction that we have to make between morality and people's supposed religion, right? It's simpler than what you're making. You're needlessly complicating it, right? And you're doing this complication because this is what fucking Christians do. This is what fucking psycho-fascist Christians do when they sit there and go, no, this is a war for Christianity, talking about bombing school children in Iran. Right? They're like, oh, well, Christianity can mean anything, actually, and it's fine. And yeah, this is just what Christian people want. This is the same argument that Zionists make. Zionists say repeatedly, we are cleansing the fucking land of Israel of Palestinians because this is what Jewish people want. Right? And that doesn't mean that Jewish people all want this stuff. It's just wrong. It's just completely wrong. No, don't talk to the chatter. Talk to me. I'm talking to you. Don't get distracted and talk to me. Talk to me. You know, you are just, for some reason, like, not getting the idea that I can, like, I don't know, do something heinous. I could do something, I could kick the cat out of the window and be like, God told me to do it. And I'm doing that in the name of Christianity. And therefore, like, oh, well, you know, Christianity, the book has got loads of contradicting terms so people could interpret it in that way. It doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean it's okay. And it doesn't mean, and you see the issue with doing that as well. Brother, your opinion of Christian means good values itself is so reactionary. I don't want to, yeah, okay, I'm the reactionary one. Yeah. Yeah, that's me. I'm the reactionary one. I'm sat here literally saying that Islam is not an inherently fascist religion, and you're saying because I'm saying the same about Christianity that means I'm reactionary. What are you talking about? Also, why did you engage with it? You're now here like, your opinion of Christian like means good value. Like, you engaged with it, bro. You're the one who brought this up. You wanted to say that, like, no, ISIS are in fact Muslims. And it's like, sure, man, they're Muslims. I'm trying to tell people, right, the majority of my audience who are fucking ignorant white people who don't know shit about fucking Islam are gonna fucking hear me say something that they're not told, which is that ISIS don't represent Muslims. That was the point I was trying to make. And you're here like, no, actually they are Muslims. And now you're calling me reactionary. You're a fucking idiot, bro.
Lebanon, people say everything is Hezbollah down here, even the rocks. And it's an allusion to Hezbollah using rock decoys as IEDs or as listening devices that look like rocks.
99% of the KKK is Christian, exactly.
Fighters. And so to hear Israel's
hey, little zipper,
who knows nothing about defense and is just a lackey for Netanyahu, say that the bridges are Hezbollah is made me think of that. And now let's look at 32. We can see an ambush of Merkava tanks here. We're going to see them from far away. I talked to you about this last week about why there's not cameras up close, because of the distance that the troops are from each other, because of the landscape of the land. We're looking at thermal imaging in the middle of the night here, and we see 6 tanks being shown in red. You're going to see those tanks get fired on there. The first one fired on. 3 of them are hit here as we watch it unfold. You can see the thermal there on those 2 clearly being hit.
I love Mule getting so worked up while Melper couldn't give a single shit. No, but you've got to remember he's in a cage, actually. He's in a cage, you know.
Again, from a different angle of the 2 burning. This was part of a larger operation where 6 tanks were hit in 90 minutes around 1 a.m. Last Thursday morning. And the thermal imaging shows the 3 burning tanks. And at the end here, you're going to see, well, there you see more of the burning tanks, but you're going to see soldiers dismounted, running away. Presumably
it's learned helplessness. Exactly
the best way to move through the territory as it's burning, clearly. And that's what we see on this. We're going to see after this burn, we'll see the soldiers. You'll be able to see them running, fleeing the battle space without the tanks on which they rode in. There you can see there's the soldiers moving. You can see their little heads. You can see their little heads running there, particularly in the one that's second from the right. You can see the soldiers running because they have lost their chariot. Pun intended. Okay, let's look at 33 because we have an anti-tank guided missile strike against a D9 bulldozer. Again, at distance. The fighters aren't at this point, although we did see fighters with RPG 29s in Israeli propaganda footage of a position that they overran and found weapons, and one was an RPG 29. But you can see here the D9 armored bulldozer that we're so used to in Gaza.
I don't know. It's so very complicated, religion is. I'll hopefully continue this convo when I'm not on my phone. Look, man, all I'm saying to you is that, like, I'm trying to put a message out to people who could be watching my stream, right? Who the most likely people to be watching my stream because of what I look like, because of who I am, are cisgender, white, heterosexual men, right? Who are British. And what do we have a big problem with in Britain? Islamophobia, right? So when people whenever anyone mentions ISIS or ISIS comes up in the conversation or something like that, I'm immediately going to try and make sure that people understand that ISIS do not represent Muslims, because Islamophobia is the most prevalent form of discrimination in the world right now, right? And that's why I mentioned that. And when I use a comparator to be like, yo, it's just like how every Christian is not a fascist, right? Just because some Christians are fascists doesn't mean that, like, you know. Anyway, like, look, the reason that I brought up fucking ISIS are psycho-fascists is because I have spoken to people who fought in Rojava with the YPJ, and that's what they call fucking ISIS in the region. It's what they call them. And they say it's pointless to think of them as Muslims or religious extremists, because the religion doesn't even come into it. It's just used as an excuse in the same way that Judaism is used as an excuse in Israel, so-called Israel, for the genocide of Palestinians. This is the thing. This isn't even my, fucking take. I've gotten this take from listening to people in the region, So, I get that what you're saying, like, yes, theology and religion is a complex thing. Absolutely. I'm not saying that it isn't, but to make things easier for my audience and for people who might watch my content, particularly on my fucking YouTube channel, right? Because YouTube is just full of fucking white fascists. people need to be told that ISIS don't represent all Muslims. You know, the world is currently trying to say that every fucking Muslim is just like ISIS. That's what every fucking country all over the imperial core is currently doing. And I'm doing my best to make it very simple so that people understand. So that's why. Pisrael, hello. There is much more of an ethnic element to Israel, which is why a Mizrahi Jew will be placed above a Palestinian of any religion. ISIS regularly massacre Muslims. Hamas kicked ISIS out of Gaza. All correct stuff, absolutely. Important to remember, Mizrahi Jews will also be discriminated against. You know what I mean? Not winning over the fascists by not exploring the nuances. I'm not trying to win over fascists. That's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to make sure that, like, there are lots of, like, Normans out there, like fucking normal people who will have these kinds of biases. You will find that, like, leftists in left-wing organizations in the UK will think these things. Do you know what I mean? And, like, what is the nuance, man? Like, what is the fucking nuance? It's like, no, actually, we should say that ISIS are Muslims because they say they are. Like, again, this is like, it's like the same, you know, it's like what Pisrael is saying in the chat. Like, Israel is a nuanced subject, and it's like, no. It's not that nuanced, actually. It's actually really simple. It's actually super simple.
Being hit and will be a factor. There you see it being hit, and there's smoke coming up. These D9s presumably will be playing a role in Lebanon if destruction is really the Israeli intention. But Hezbollah has a lot more sophisticated and deadly anti-tank weaponry than Qassam had in Gaza, and we know how the D9s fared in Gaza, not super well. Let's go to 34. This is a concealed launcher. You know, people say, oh, well, the Israelis can see everything in South Lebanon. I mean, they clearly cannot. That's
foreign fighters who joined ISIS weren't even Muslims. The one I knew was Christian. Yeah, exactly. Again, the reason this distinction matters is to say that no, ISIS are not Islamic extremists. It isn't extremely Muslim to murder people. It's that simple. Yes, exactly. Yes, anything beyond that is just fucking semantics and no one fucking cares. You know what I mean? It's like when Richard Dawkins says he's a cultural Christian now. It just means he hates brown people. Yeah, exactly. And there's lots of Christians who just don't hate brown people. There's lots of fucking black Christians. You know? I don't know, Julio. I just don't know. I don't know why that is, but it is something that's happening, and chatters will say anything. You know what I mean?
How you execute 90 operations in a day. But you can see these fighters, they're fully concealed here in the bush, in the mountains, using the landscape like proper guerrillas to their advantage. And firing from
I get that too, network.
Spaces, which make counterfire a lot more difficult. So again, and these guys are launching we call them grad rockets, naming them after Russians. I mean, the Lebanese call them Katyushas, but these are Iranian rockets. We're watching Iranian weapons being used in this battle, from Iran through the Iraqis, and of course Hezbollah as well. So that's how they conceal. And Hezbollah
exactly,
has launched 3,500 rockets since this in the last 24 days, which is more than they were launched in the July 2006 war, and more than 700 of the rockets.
I think getting one guide is fine when, like, your average viewership is like 40 to 60. Do you know what I mean? I feel like that's more reasonable because I know everybody in the chat already. I know what most people's opinions are. And then when there's a new person in and they're having new opinions, I think it's fine to get one guide, right? And I'm not getting mad at all the chat. I'm not like yelling at chat and like trying to make out that chat is all saying this. You know what I mean? Because that's the distinction with the one guy, right? With the one guy, Hassan thinks that one guy represents like multiple people in chat, and he keeps saying things like, you know what I mean, like. You know? You're the one knowing the nuances. You're knowing the very specific political and historical conditions that led to the Crusaders and Daesh. Just collapsing power structures, filing them into a one-size-fits-all vibes container. You go, oh, it's contradictory, and then slapping the material conditions lines to do all the work. The analysis, and it's an intellectual interpretive mush masquerading as depth. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it is. You know, at the end of the day, like, yeah, respectfully, like, yeah, I agree. You haven't even called anyone woke of the day yet. Hassan saying woke of the day is so annoying because, like, I know where that's coming from, but he's often just, like, talking about black people, and it's just like, oh, no, mate. It's not for me. I know, like, I watch black streamers, you know what I mean? And I hear what black streamers have to say, Hassan, and I have to say about Hassan, and, like, the problem with Hassan is that, like, oh, mate. It's so fucking cringe when he, like, just talks like a black guy. Do you know what I mean? He, like, tries to talk like a black guy. It's one of the worst fucking most annoying parts about him. And then he will just do, like, he shouldn't even be talking about the kinds of things that people are, like, bringing up. If he sees it in the chat, the thing that he should be doing is going, like, do you know what? Fair enough. I should stop that, right? And that's it, and just move on. Like, it's not, you know, I don't think it's that hard. I understand when you're, like, under a lot of pressure as, like, a big streamer or whatever, and you got people trying to cancel you all the time, yada, yada, yada. But, like, I don't know, man. You could just, I don't know. You could just not, right? You could just not.
Fired from south of the Litani.
You can't be a turbo atheist without becoming a racist at some point, yeah.
At Israeli positions along the border of troops that are attempting to advance into Lebanon. Let's look at 35 because you see a tunnel-based drone swarm attack here. When Israel's saying that they have knocked out 95% or 90%.
I blame Chenk's brain rot. You think Cenk made Hassan racist? That's funny as hell. That's so funny, man. Yeah, probably, maybe. Yeah, it's a product of your environment, and it's a product of you know, living in America. Hey, Stargazer Steph, how you doing? One of my favorite streamers just went live for the first time in a month, and I feel like a child of divorce at Christmas. I'm staying here, though, for Melpert. Aww. Salafist groups criticize Hamas for being too liberal because they won't enforce Sharia. Yeah, that's true, yep. Funny that resistance groups in the Middle East put Daesh in the same category as the US. Yep. Yeah, that's crazy how that happens. Crazy how that happens. White identity mostly, it's very familiar. Yeah. 100%. 100%. Okay, we got lots of chats going on in the chat, and I appreciate it.
They don't know how many there are. They don't know where these tunnels are, and these tunnels are stacked with weaponry. In this case, we're seeing
thank you for the follow.
Drones, or Said 107s in the Hezbollah lexicon.
Yeah, he is piss rail.
See them in a fully.
I'm trying to get him on Red Planet. Are there any Rob chatters still in the chat? There must be some Rob chatters still in the chat. Who's still here after all this time? And they haven't, like, speaking of Hassan, gone to the Hassan stream. No, I don't think there's any Rob chatters left, unless they're lurking. I don't know. Dr. Maggot sometimes lurks to, like, the end of the stream. But I was wondering, like, technically I'm a Rob chatter. Do you remember what Rob said when I was in his chat on Tuesday? I wasn't paying attention. I feel so sorry. Please don't let Rob know this. I wasn't, like, you know, I just wasn't paying attention. And I said, and Dr. Maggot was like, Mule demanded to know all of, no, please don't tell him. You weren't online on Tuesday. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Dr. Maggot said, while Mule's here, he demanded to know all of John Elmer's contact information. And Rob said something to the tune of, I don't have it, someone else has it, that someone else that he knows has it, and I don't know who that would be. And I was like, fuck it, I'll just message Rob. I don't know why I'm relying on chatters to do this stuff. This is so fucking lazy, actually, of me.
Ground system.
Thank you for the hydrate. I will.
That connects to bases, to rearming, where fighters can be safe, to plan these operations. They come out.
We're your PR team. Thank you.
They're coming out in the forest and launching these drone attacks. And these drone attacks are.
I refuse to watch streamers endorsing Zionist SOCDEMs. Who is the Zionist SOCDEM? Are you talking about Hassan? Who's he endorsed that's like that?
And they're hitting Israeli bases. This is against an Israeli base in the Upper Galilee, the Alexandroni Brigade base is being hit with these drones. So sophisticated capabilities, and also just a show that there is more behind what we're seeing right here. Let's look at 36 because Hezbollah's pulled out the
AOC and Platner. I didn't know Platner was a Zionist. Yeah, but AOC is nah, it's bad. The AOC discourse at the minute is fucking crazy, man. Everyone's like, yeah, we need her as president, and it's like, why does it have to be her? I don't understand. Like, you could just do so much better. You could punish the Dems in the midterms and demand better, and then you could you know, AOC is less Zio than Kat Abu Ghazaleh? Do you think? Remember that chatter in Ray K's stream who thought Hassan was still friends with H3? I do remember that. Yeah, that's funny. Platner calls for US to have a stronger military. I don't think, like, here's my take on that. I think that the USA... I think that you're fucked in the USA if you think that you can find someone who is ideally anti-imperialist in the way that we want them to be, you know, and I think that you have to like choose very carefully. And I'm not saying that that means that you should endorse Platner, and I'm not saying that that means that you should endorse AOC, but I think that, like, especially with someone like Kat Abu Ghazaleh, you know, who was so good until her extra shit came out. You know what I mean? She was like really fucking progressive, and then all of a sudden she was like, we should invade Taiwan and then invade China, and then and then yeah, Hamas should not run the strip is crazy. Is absolutely crazy. Yeah, I think that Americans are just kind of fucked. Do you know what I mean? I just think that I think that Americans are kind of fucked for like a choice of that. You know, we could cave and not make things better. Wait, what do you mean? People should be honest about what they're backing. Yeah. The lesson is that every single social democrat will be the same by design. Yeah, I think that there just has to be a way to like push these people to the left, you know what I mean? Well, not push these people, push these organizations to the left. Her foreign policy opinions probably wouldn't result in China being invaded. Yeah, but these are right-wing opinions that shouldn't be tolerated, you know what I mean? Oh, taking the lowest bar of better. Yeah, I mean, look, like, you know, I think that things are going to be fucked in the USA for like a long time with regards to that. And like, I think that when it comes to politics, right? I think that it's totally fine if you want to fucking back someone like AOC or even Platner, even if you just like keep organizing. You know what I mean? Because that's the key. You need to keep organizing. Like whatever you're doing in fucking you know, DSA or another organization or whatever, endeavor to make those organizations more left-wing and more effective, right? And I think that, yeah, in the meantime, I do think that people shouldn't cave. By the way, I think that there should be a high bar, right? The way that people should think about fucking politics is the way that people think about doing their recycling. You know that it doesn't have like a big effect in the long term, but you should do it regardless, and do other stuff, you know. One of the major problems with entryism is that even if you think it'll stay principled, you'll become more reactionary by virtue of being surrounded by it constantly. Yeah, which is why I think it still has a degree of value, right? Because if you continue to do entryism and get more people in who are then surrounding those other people in order to, prevent that de-radicalization, then, you know. Plattner, the Nazi tag guy who deployed 500 times. I'm not endorsing him, by the way. I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? Here's an easy way to make the point I think you're trying to make, Mule. The US population isn't anywhere close to electing a true ideological socialist on the national stage. I agree that shitty right-wing opinion should be called out and criticized regardless of the lesser evil bullshit. Just do with that information what you will. It's not my place to tell you how to vote, whether to participate in electoral politics. Talk to your neighbors and join a local org. There's my advice. Yeah. Like, what I'm saying is you have to just keep organizing, you know? The DSA has been created in order to de-radicalize potential communists. Yeah, I believe that. I totally believe that. You know? Electoralism is a distraction. Correct. Yeah. It is. I think that, like, you know, yeah, like, you've got to people aren't moving these orgs left, in my opinion. They're being moved right themselves. I think that, like, there has to be some fucking movement, right? And I think that, like, an org like DSA is not necessarily the one that you should just join. And I think it's a bit, like, boring, right? You know what I mean? It's a bit boring and it's a bit of an easy fucking option. What do you mean you can't elect any type of an anti-capitalist guy with voting in bourgeois elections? What we must do is create organizations, not vote for traitors. Yeah, I am saying that. I am saying that you should organize, and I do think that there's some benefit to engage in electoral politics to the point where you prove to people that there is a mandate for progressive opinions and progressive policies. And I think that in the US, you're going to struggle so much to, like, you know, actually fucking find someone who is properly, like, to that point of purity at this stage anyway. No, it's fine. Like, I understand why people are angry about this. I'm never going to get mad at like, people being angry about this kind of thing particularly, because you've every right to be angry, and you've every right to be angry about people who are, like, not, you know, pushing for candidates that you really want to be, you know, to be the candidate kind of thing. Like, people were talking about the Bushra versus Cat thing in Illinois, whatever it was, and people were saying, like, it's fucking pointless voting for Bushra. What the fuck is going on? Yada yada yada. People should vote for Cat. This, that, and the other. You know what I mean? But, like, it ultimately comes down to it. It just kind of doesn't matter, right? Because it's bourgeois politics. It's bourgeois politics. And you should get involved with politics in that regard to be like, you know, even if that guy has a bad, even if you're Blorbo, right? What Sophie calls him is a Blorbo, right? Even if Zoran, right? Zoran is a great example, right? Zoran got into office. He's done a broad amount of executive orders that benefit people, but he is reneged on some other positions. He's not officially reneged on these positions. He just hasn't done them, right? So he has, you know, caved to Zionist influence within the New York City apparatus, right? He has caved to, like, he disowned his own wife or whatever, like, for, I don't know, like, what the fuck the other stuff was, but she was like, you know. I think the main thing was that, like, people were like saying He didn't disown. No, you know what I mean. He didn't disown her, but he like what he was like. My wife shouldn't have said this or some shit. You know what I mean? Like I disavow my wife or whatever. Yeah. He disavowed the word intifada. Yeah, absolutely. And like, but the reality of the situation is that he is still going in a progressive direction with things like housing. He's going in a progressive direction with things like actual civil services for the people in New York, and these things are like broadly a good thing. It's also bad, right? And these other things are like, you know, unforgivable. But I don't know anyone, like even myself. I was covering the fucking Democratic primary for the mayorship, the New York mayorship, right? And I was also covering the actual electoral race, and throughout that entire time, I was saying to people, I was like, this guy will probably renege on some of his positions. He will probably, not do some of the things that he asked for. But the key thing is that he is being elected on a mandate of all of these progressive things that he has said he is going to do. And if he doesn't do some of them, then there is an argument to elect a more progressive guy at the next election. And I'm not saying that is some like big 5D chess brain that he is, you know what I mean, that he's doing, right? You know what I mean? He's not doing that. This is the reality that you said, Piss Rail, which is like, yeah, you just end up going more right wing as you know what I mean, end up being surrounded by these people, yeah? But it also shows that there's a mandate for these progressive ideas in somewhere as reactionary and evil as the United States of America, right? Like that's the benefit of pushing for candidates with broad platforms that have, you know, generally speaking, social reforms, right? You know? The guy who started DSA was a horrible racist too. Yeah, wait till you hear about how Marx treated his wife. You know, wow! You're telling me just now that like a white guy in America is a cunt? That's crazy, man. I would have never believed that. But again, you know, it's besides the point. Like, you know, we could sit here and be like, oh, DSA are evil, don't do anything, yada yada yada. All right, well, you know, join a tenants union instead, right? Join a trade union instead. Join an ICE defense. An ICE community defense organization. You know what I mean? It manifested in policy stuff, though. Yeah, no, again, I'm also not surprised by this. Like, I'm not surprised by this stuff. You know, I just think that the political temperature in the US it's not a position where, you know, people can just, I don't know, do nothing. Like if you're gonna organize, like I don't think there's a problem with joining the DSA and trying to push it left. But I also think if you're gonna sit there and like say don't join the DSA, there has to be an alternative, and that alternative should be like a tenant union or a trade union or something like that. Like I say, an ICE community defense organization, a mutual aid network, something like that. Just do something, right? As well as engage in electoral politics. Engaging in electoral politics is fine. It's totally fine. Radicals should join DSA, meet people there, get frustrated together by how slow and Libet is, and go and make something better. Yeah, that can happen as well. Hey, Threads. From what I've read, PSL is Marxist-Leninist. I'm not sure about that org. I don't know much about that org. I mean, to be fair, I don't know much about DSA. So, you know, again, like, take what I'm saying with a pinch of salt, because, you know, from everything on the outside, you know, looking in on the outside from, you know, from America, everything just looks fucking like bleak as fuck, and it's like there's not a lot of choice, you know. And the choices that you do have. So again, like just coming back to like why I started, you know, talking about this. Yeah, I think it like if you know people are going to endorse like Dem socks or whatever, or sock Dems, whatever you want to call them, you know, you're going to see a lot of that, and it's going to suck, and you know we are just going to like continue to see a lot of that, right? A bunch of stuff here is happening because some anarchists got bored as hell in trop meetings. Yeah. Them sucks. Them's sucks. Yep. I'm also a bro, so on the outside. Yeah, I thought you were. Yeah. I think most Americans will unfortunately have to be fought against. They're benefiting from imperialism, even to a smaller extent than the American elite, and I fear most of them won't fight on the side of the real global proletariat. Yeah, but I also think that, like, fighting against them in terms of, like, you know, yelling at Americans and telling them to be better, I just don't think works. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to unfortunately have solidarity with the Americans so that they learn what solidarity is. You know what I'm saying? And again, like, I'm above, right? So, you know, I'm saying this from the UK. So it's easier for me to do that. And I think that that's like the place for people like me. You know what I mean? As long as capitalism exists, we'll all hold reactionary views and ideology, and that's going to result in reactionary aspects to your praxis. What matters is the overall direction. That's what dialectics is about, understanding the different forces within something, but focusing on where it is heading rather than where it is at. Yeah. Is that scene for The Matrix? Morpheus going, look at the people around you? Yeah. Look at the people around you. This is how it feels to see people who call themselves leftists but care more about gas prices than Iranian people. Yeah. My hottest take at the moment is that leftists need to be way more ready to try and recruit troops right now. Yeah, 1000%. If there is a more disillusioned person right now in the USA than a fucking working class person who has been recruited, you know what I mean, into the fucking US military, and they're about to be sent to their fucking death into the fucking meat grinder. You know what I mean? Like, they are going to be the most disillusioned. I agree. I additionally joined a tenants union because of you, by the way. Fuck yeah, let's go. That's the way. That's the fucking way. 1000%. Building power like this. You know what I mean? But anyway, you know, I don't, whatever. Like, I'm not too fussed about people, you know, who don't want to watch Hassan or whoever for whatever reason. It's fine. You know, it's fine. Like, you do whatever you like, right? Do whatever you like. I don't care who you watch. I don't care who you, whatever. All I care about is if you fucking organize, right? That's all I'm asked about. If you're organizing, then you're good with me.
Tactical ballistic missiles. We're watching the missile launcher truck here. We're driving with.
I do care if you watch Red Planet, though, because Red Planet, we do kind of tell you how to organize.
Right. So not only are they not being seen, but they're literally driving trucks with launchers on the back. And there you can see Hisham Siafuddin and Nasrallah and Naim.
Yeah, exactly. No, Julio, 1000%. Like, yeah, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and tell someone in the Imperial periphery to fucking, you know, extend their solidarity to the Americans and whatever, like, who don't understand, you know, your suffrage and stuff. I guess what I'm saying is that it's up to other people in the Imperial Corps who understand this stuff to actually get this stuff done. You know what I'm saying?
Of Hezbollah, 2 assassinated, and the current leader.
And I need a piss after all that.
110. This is a precision-guided ballistic missile with a 500-kilogram warhead. These are a devastating weapon. They're very accurate, and they are what Iran used to devastate the Gulf when Iran's gas field was targeted and they responded. They used these Fatah 110 ballistic missiles, and they were not able to be intercepted by the Patriot missile defense system, and that was said over and over by analysts of from those particular countries that they were clearly missing. Okay, 37 here is this is another Fatah class. You can see there in Haifa. We're going to a secret base. This base is classified. It doesn't exist. Israel doesn't say it exists, but here Hezbollah puts it on a map for you and then hammers it with a precision guided Fatah 110 ballistic missiles. Could be a Fatah 360. We haven't actually seen the full dimensions of it, but Hezbollah hadn't had Fatah 360s before. They have had Fatah 110s, so If they do have 360s, that's the first time that we've known them to have them. But these look like 110s to me. There's very little difference between the two observable. Atlit Naval Base that is being targeted here is the home of Israel's Tier 1 Special Forces, their naval commandos, Shetet 13 or Flotilla 13. These are Israel's heroes who sack hospitals and take pictures of it in Gaza. They are the hospital sackers. That was their job all throughout the Gaza genocide. Sack hospitals, take pictures inside, and many of the doctors disappeared and haven't been.
By the way, I do really hope that people know that when I was saying like you can you could support Plattner and also do organizing, I hope you know that means that I don't like Graham Plattner. You do understand that, right? I don't like Graham Plattner. I hope everyone is aware of that.
Heard from since.
And I also don't like AOC.
That's their Tier 1 Special Forces. That's what they do. Let's look at 38 because we're seeing a Fatah again being launched against a Israeli drone command base east of Safed in the Upper Galilee. We're also going to see a Pava cruise missile.
I'm aware, that's why I'm here.
One of the cruise missiles that was used in True Promise 1, 2, and 3 when Iran fired them. So a lot of Iranian weapons here with Hezbollah, as we have long known. And they
it's so good, Layla. Yeah,
the cruise missile, after they launch it, you're going to see the face of the martyr here. He's a Mujahid engineer, Ahmed al-Musawi, and he was killed in 2024 in the previous round of war. There's the Pava cruise missile, turbojet engine.
Yeah, 1000% Mia.
Extremely accurate, can be steered while it's in the air to get it on its target. A significant weapon that are being fired at these bases. They're hitting the bases, and we're not hearing anything about it in Israel. I think that there is censorship right now in Israel beyond what we have ever known to happen in Israel.
I also see you give a lot of grace to the people that you don't necessarily agree with. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I just think that, like, you know, for me, I think the thing that I've learned the most is that Puritanism is just like, it's not conducive to building any kind of movement. You know what I mean? Like when me and Soph went to the Zad, and Soph has been to the Zad twice, but like when I went, it was so obvious that like that victory came as a result. Like there is literally an area in France now where, like, you know, all these people live together on a fucking commune, and they grow food and they give, like, you know, various different struggles, like they supply food to it and shit like that, you know what I mean? And they also, like, you know, do all kinds of fucking just great stuff like that. You know, they have like an actual proper connection to the land. Like they've totally sort of liberated themselves from the capitalist experience, which is just fascinating, right? Do you know what I mean? And you can see that the reason that they fucking won is because it was a coalition of people who sat down, who didn't broadly agree on loads of stuff, but they did agree on one massive cause that everybody knew was the wrong thing, which was that they didn't want a fucking freight airport built on this one bit of land. And, you know, like, Jay, she will always describe it to us, if you ever like listen to her, as a coalition of, you know, they were having meetings where you would have an anti-species vegan sat next to a dairy farmer, sat next to like an anti-electoralism Marxist-Leninist, sat next to a fucking local politician, you know, repeat ad infinitum around the room kind of thing. And it's like they were all there to be like, we're here to fucking decide something, you know? And that's one of the most fucking like incredible things that you can fucking do. Yes, we're hoping to go to Christiania at some point, maybe next year, Hippie Marshmallow.
We still do get some of these videos for sure when they hit cities, but out in the bases, it's a little more difficult. And that will be, well, they took the satellite images away from us, so we can't.
I now know I'm on a list because I've been involved in my local Cuba and Palestine solidarity group, a Marxist-Leninist group, lead my local food bank, and now in a tenants union. Yeah. Yeah, they do know about us. Like, this is the thing. Like, you know, to think that the state doesn't know about us is stupid. It would be hubris to think to a degree that the state does not. Like, the state is incompetent, right? The state is incompetent in a lot of ways. But, yeah, if you are in an org, I mean, the org will be known about, right? The org will certainly be known about, and there'll be some degree of people who organize frequently that know, you know what I mean? The state will know various people who are moving through different orgs, is what I mean. Does that make sense? Do you know what I'm on about? Yeah.
Use satellite images to see the damage, and that was
like we are all being looked at by the state. The state knows about people who talk about these things. The state might even know about my Twitch stream. Don't know if that's true, but they will likely know about the bigger Twitch streamers. And if there's some degree of, connection to that, they could know about me, and they could be like, we got to watch what this guy says.
The whole point.
We got to speak to Dan Clancy about this guy if he gets any more insane, which is why I will ban you for Fed posting, right?
Yeah, one more rocket operation. That's I think I just bring you a cross section of operations, but this one is remarkable. You can see them loading up. The grad rocket launcher, multiple rocket launcher, that's putting the fuses on them. We saw,
and I think like the second that you confront a cop, which is something that I've done like multiple times, I think that you just like have a fucking there's a big file on you somewhere. Do you know what I mean? Even if you're like being really nice to the cop, like, which is what I used to do. I used my privilege to be like, officer, I'm so sorry about this. We're just stood outside this person's house, stopping the bailiff getting in because the landlord won't speak to us. I know that this is a civil matter and it's really hard for you. Is there any way that you think you can help us get in touch with the landlord? And as soon as you try and get them to try and help you with something, it's like, they go, nah, sorry, it's a civil matter, bro. It's a civil matter. You know what I mean? Did you see the Hezbollah video of Israel hitting the rocket launcher 5 times and then repairing it 5 times? No, I did not. That's crazy. Sorry to say that if djmuel did not make the official file in Office 365 relegated to a comment on a shared file. That's fair enough. It's an 8-minute video. Let's have a look. What's this clip? Org will be known about, right? The org will certainly be known about, and there'll be some degree of people who organize. What are you clipping? What happened? Org will be known about, right? Is it Melpert? Look at him staring at the camera. It's so good. It's so good. Melpert mode. Like, I don't know that he's doing this stuff most of the time because I'm not looking at the monitor, you know what I mean? I'm just looking at what's going on in the chat or on the fucking stream or something. So he'll do that stuff sometimes and I just won't even fucking notice. This is his cage, by the way. He's in his cage now. This is he's retreated into his cage. Yeah, he's like saying what you want about me. Yeah, absolutely. It's an 8-minute video. Oh, I can't watch this now. Hezbollah released footage showing a rocket unit firing medium-range rockets in 5 separate launches, despite the launcher being struck on 6 different occasions by Israeli forces. Oh, that's so fucking funny, dude. That's so fucking funny. Israel are just truly like the absolute epitome of imperial hubris, right? They just think that they're so like... Wait till you see the condition of the stronger by the condition of the launcher by the 5th strike. So at this point, this fucking launcher has been hit like 4 fucking times or 5 fucking times. Like, look, the fucking the whole truck is fucked. And they're just still firing from it. That's so good, dude. Just get a truck to move the truck. That's how you do it. No, I'll watch this last bit. Can't wait for John Elmer to break it down. Yeah, that's what we're all waiting for. Okay, I can't read Arabic, but I know he's just saying there's no way that you can fuck with us, bro. 5 times you hit this and we've repaired it and we're firing back. That's absolutely fucking mad, bro. Chat, this is like something that is out of a movie. It's like a mythology thing, you know what I mean? This is just fascinating. Like, there's going to be entire books written about this squadron in like 3 or 4 years' time. Hey Zach, what's going on? Everybody, please go follow Zach, another great lefty streamer. No, it's okay, Layla. Don't worry about it. Please stay safe. He's saying, I'm gonna get a victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite about to get down. Get down! Yeah, I know that one. I know that one. Come and drink a jug with me.
That happened in Gaza as well with the rocket artillery. They're going to launch these through this launch.
Just dropped at Tomato Town.
Nasrallah banner blowing in the wind as they make a film for us. This is a film of the resistance, and Hezbollah does a really good job of this. Of course, as Hezbollah is the founder of this military media operation, because they knew that Israel lied so much that the only way you could
My face and name is definitely on a database after getting aggressively threatened to be arrested on a Section 6AA from a pig. For
your successes is to record them.
Yeah.
Hezbollah with VHS tapes that started this process. And here they are doing it in these wars, and they're giving us more footage in this war than we see.
Reminds me that our military capacity is still intact video that they released along with firing like a few dozen rockets after the IDF said they degraded their capacities after the Israelis assassinated Nasrallah. Yeah, like it's just, the IOF is just like, yeah man, we're doing so good, we're winning the war. And like IOF fucking soldiers are like running into battle with like no pants on, just going, we're winning, and then just getting like shot, and then another one's getting shot, and another one's getting shot. Like, we're winning. You know? Like, it's nuts, dude. It's fucking nuts. It's the most fucking like crazy fascist fucking effort in the entire world, man. You know what I mean?
Previous rounds. So intending to show.
Footage is an odd word. I wonder of the etymology of it. The footage is the footage, so length of feet in film reel. That's where that comes from. So there you go.
Show us as much as they can.
Of course, we don't use film reel anymore.
Okay, one
well,
more.
Some people do.
40. The last one here is a man-portable MISOG. Surface-to-air missile, shoulder-fired. You're going to see him tracking a Hermes 450. The Hermes is a Elbit drone, but it's slow, it's low.
It would be nice. They're just theater kids trying to do the Monty Python Holy Grail scene with the rabbit. Yeah.
Surface-to-air missiles, anti-aircraft missiles.
Morrigan, hi. Twitch didn't feel the need to inform me of your stream today. I'm sorry about that. I can't look at my analytics right now, but it will tell me how much... how many people got the notification. Sometimes if you like turn off notifications and turn them back on again, it works. But I barely get any of my notifications from streamers that I follow and have notifications on Twitch at all. nowadays. Since people forgot the art of film photography, but we've kept it alive. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
On the drones, for sure. And Iran also has the 358, which is what took down the Hermes 900s in the previous rounds. There you can see the drone falling to pieces. And the Missag is made by Shahid.
Not your fault. I thought you were taking a well-deserved day off. Thank you, Morrigan.
Drones.
I do deserve a day off. I do deserve a holiday. You're right.
And so you're seeing the Iran
Chat, someone should drop £1,000 so I can go on holiday. And I will stream while I'm on holiday. That would be the benefit of that.
Indigenous military industrial complex functioning on all these battlefronts of the resistance axis. And it's significant that Hezbollah is fighting this fiercely to change Israel's war plan in South Lebanon. Israel has wanted the Litani River to be its border for most of the existence of the state of Israel. So this has been the Resistance Report for day 902 of Gaza, of the genocide in Gaza, and day 27 of Iran's resistance.
Is it not Melpit's job to hold down the pod while you're on your vacay? What makes you think he's not going to be coming with me? What makes you think he's staying? Melpit's got his own stream to do. Is he going in a kitty backpack with a little window? He does have one of them, yeah. He does have one of those. Right, who we gonna go ahead and raid, chat? Who we gonna go ahead and raid? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. That's what's happening, by the way. It's the end of the stream, just in case anyone didn't know. We're gonna raid Rari because I don't think did we raid him on Monday? There's just so many streamers and so little time to be raiding and know what's happening and any of that. No, you can't. Okay, fair enough. Sus about that. Sus about that. Sorry about that. Yeah, listen, we're gonna raid Rawi. We're gonna raid Rawi. He's doing War Watch. He's looking at the Hebrew news at the minute, so you want to get that like direct translation from Rawi. Join us for the raid. Copy and paste the first raid message if you have a sub, the second one if you don't. Don't forget to check out my socials. Don't forget to check out my YouTube. Don't forget to check out my VOD channel as well. If you're on the VOD channel, leave a comment. Like, comment, subscribe. Thank you so much for all the support today. Thank you for the huge donos from people today. Thank you so much for getting us to £121. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the raid, Rob. I think it was just one raid today. Thank you, Crescent, for the raid yesterday. I forgot to thank you for the raid yesterday. And thank you so much, everybody, for just like hanging out and chatting and shit. It's been fun. It's been good. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. No, I won't. It's Friday. Last day of the stream of the week. Check out Red Planet on Sunday. It's me and Tim, and we're talking about stuff. Yeah? Hey, DJ. Thank you for stopping by. Alright, chat. I'll see you next time. Stay excellent to each other. Peace, peace. Good night, good night, good night.